Cool. Morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the hopefully finished SolidForks stream. So how's everyone doing? Hey, Andres, hey, TCS Garden. TC's Garden, sorry. Hey, Lucas, hey, James, hey, DJ. Little Brat. Domentarian, hello. Gustavo, Christian, Philip, and Dark Neutrino. Hey, Yuri. Hey, Mr. Clown. Hey, Makers First. Hey, Victor. Hey, Malfrey. Hey, Grant's Auto Essentials. And Chris, Jorg, Computer Joe. Hi, Jeff. Augusco, hello. And Stefan, and Red Giant, and Zenbender, and Little Brat. How's everyone doing? I'm excited. I want to make this move today. So it'll be fun. It'll be interesting. The word of the day is include. Remember that. Chris got the Tarmo 4 running after yesterday's stream. Awesome. Hey, Hampy Camper. Hey, Ken. Hey, Mitchell. Hey, Mike. Hey, Colin and Poity. He goes straight for that Thunderbolt cable. It's very irritating. Exactly, Mr. Clown. Now I just need a macro to open the door and when he walks over there. Okay, so where did we leave off? We got most of the assembly done on SolidFork last time. Hopefully I didn't forget to prep anything. Hey, B. McNichol. Hey, Kelvin. Hey, William. Hey, Francois. Hey, Alexander. And Alan. He's a cat, he knows, yes. Oh, getting hair everywhere already. It's getting a little warmer this weekend than the 90F range. Hey, BBs. Hey, Sanity. Hey, Poor Boy Channel. So, okay, you need to come over here. Let's see where we are at. Hi, JB3 Duke. You can get power door openers. Yes, I may. And I won't. Okay, are you done, Charlie? No. No Thunderbolt truck, no. Hey, Angie. Let's get more pets out. So, Makerbase. MKS, SKIPR, Skipper. Kind of unfortunate name, but hopefully we don't run into any of that. Here, you can go down here. See what you're gonna do now. Clipperized power door openers, there we go. Yeah, it's warming up, but it's supposed to cool off again. So we shall see. Somebody has Charlie out and counter already wiring today, so I might miss some. Okay, well, we'll be here for quite a while, I think, today. Hi, Kenneth. Hey, Squirrel Brain. So, SolidFork. 120 build. Wiring, mostly done. I mean, nice to be able to do that. I think we have skirt fans to put in. And the screen, however, I may not worry about the screen too much today. I mean, we may finish it. It's just that'll have to come after everything else is configured. I don't want to complicate the main configuration. So, hey, Jokernut. Hey, Ronald. Hey, Stuart. Your cat seemed to like Charlie on screen? Awesome. Speaking of whom, let's do that. So, last stream was a lot of wiring. This stream is going to be a little bit of wiring and a lot of configuration. So we have some sources, some documentation, reference documents we're going to follow. I am going to attempt to use the config examples provided by Yuri on his GitHub. Remember that word of the day. We'll get back to that. And then there is a Makerbase has a GitHub for the SKIPR. So this is new to me, setting this alternative Pi up. So we are going to follow their instructions and hope it works. I think we'll be fine. Their instructions seem to be pretty good. So just understand that that is, and I need to figure out, okay, let's do something else here. There. Yeah, so their instructions seem pretty good. We will follow them for whatever it's worth. Whether I think something needs to be different or not, we're going to try to follow the instructions, and we'll see how far we get with that. So, well, let's see. Hey, Jeffrey. Did anyone catch Ivan Miranda video just released earlier today? I watched it right before the stream. That guy is great. I love his channel. I watched it right before the stream. I heard 1.1 will have 180 bed. Version 1.1 of what? I didn't follow, sorry. Hey, Thomas. Hey, Dopey Lee. Hey, Johan. Dunes. Building an LDO Trident. On the Z joint, it says to not tighten the flange all the way in the manual. On the Z joint, it says not to tighten. Does the flange just need to be loose to move around? If you're talking about the couplers, the lead screw nut here, you want that to be able to move just a little bit. In the horizontal plane, no movement vertically. So other things that are going before we get into this build, I am going to IRF. We've talked about that before. Just a reminder, I'll be at IRF in less than 2 weeks. It's 2 weekends from now. I will be taking a death racer just for fun. It's not anything special. I think this is my death racer. That's the battery compartment. I finally got a boom servo that will go nearly 180 degrees. I do have another servo I'm gonna try the resistor mod on though. I just haven't done it yet. So yeah, I'm pretty pleased with it. I need to make the side panels still. I've driven it around and it drives. I am using the Pololu, the original Pololu motors. So a little bit of RC stuff going on. For those of you who are members and haven't caught it yet, we started the 3D sets buggy build on the member streams, and those will become public, and it might become public fairly soon, so folks don't miss out. But we did make some progress. On the 3D sets Sandy build until I ran into ball joint issues. Pretty neat, huh? So, on the member streams, but it will be public. Solid fork can be built. Oh, solid fork 1.1. Yeah, it can be built at different sizes. Always issues. Especially as we get older. So that color is awesome. It's printed solids, Jesse, green slime. Oh, it's right here. Green slime glitter. So also I've put about 50 hours of printing on the, including some green slime glitter. Let's see, what camera is that? That one. On the ender to switch wire conversion. So I'm kind of getting everything ready to do a follow-up video on that. We'll see. I haven't done a standalone video, so I've got lots to learn. Hey, Andre. So let's get started. Put it off long enough. Where do I want to start? I want to put the controller fans in, I think. Just finish the main components that are going to have to turn on and be tested when we configure the configure everything. So the two fans, 40 millimeter fans go on the side. How hyped are your friend and his kids about the E3 switchwire? He's pretty hyped for wanting to print some RC stuff and some stuff for his car. But I've had it for so long. I'm sure his hype will escalate when we actually gets it. So I'm just gonna use a couple of, I bought a pack of, and I haven't even opened it, a pack of just generic 40 millimeter fans off Amazon. For good or bad, we'll try them. We're gonna turn them down anyway, so that we don't need a ton of airflow. Hello, Gary from Florida. So, and then we're just gonna run two of these in parallel. So I think they tie all these together, so let's untie them. There we go. And no way these are going back in this little box neatly, so I'll deal with that later. Hey, Johnny Boy Tech, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Getting a lot of stuff done lately, so that is a good thing. Hey, Derek. So these are gonna go right in here and they seem to fit. And then there's a little grill that goes in front of it. And all of that sandwiches in for this. So, but now the question is, how do I want to wire these in parallel? Do I want to just run them, join them close, or run some sort of connector? What do I have that I could use? I think I'm just gonna splice them into one wire and then plug it into the, let's go here. Gary, thanks for gifting a membership. Colin, my last Winston fan, lasted a month before dying. I've had varying success with them, so. But it's just the the controller fan. So we are gonna take these. Might have missed it from earlier streams. Where did you get the tool head cowling mount? I don't see that on GitHub. It's not released yet. This is I am using an Orbiter V2. So this is just a mini stealth burner style cowling with the guts simplified and then a cutout for the orbiter. So, hey, Golden Jaguar, welcome. Hey, Peacemaker. Hey, Battalion. So let's get soldering supplies. What else? I'm just going to reuse one of these connectors. So I'm going to reuse most of this wiring, and then I just need a little bit of heat shrink. Hey, Low-Tech Greg. Hey, Ludwig. Let's see. I'll keep them in the colors. And we'll take the skirt piece off, then we can assemble it off. Oh, Mike 4D. Yeah, I read the 945 was the battery life was starting to go, and I kind of wanted to get back to the daily utility of an Apple Watch. So I went ahead and pulled the trigger on this. So I like it so far. Yeah. I mean, I've had it for 12 hours or so, but okay, these are, make sure, yep, 24-volt fans. And then we're going to splice them somewhere around here. So let's just cut them. Then we're going to use one of these to go all the way to the controller. So glasses. And can we maybe get a little bit further in here and I can work out here. Split these a little bit. And then how much space? Let's see how long we're gonna need on the wires. So this is gonna plug in like right here. This is the third. There are 3 controllable fan outputs on here, so it is gonna go right here. And probably gonna run this around this way, kind of keep it out of the way. So I think I'm just gonna leave this full length. I'm just gonna leave that full length and see where it falls. Hey, David English. Hey, Krasimir. I still have my 945, but I use also for sport and I'm on Android. Yeah, so I switched away from an Apple Watch because I was doing a lot of running, and the training functions for running in the Apple Watch were not adequate. So I bought the Garmin. Now I'm not doing as much running, although I want to get back to it really badly. But with the additional, really the additional button and things, I think it'll be fine. And I just wanted that day-to-day use utility from it as well. So. Oh, let's see, let me catch up. Popping in to say hi and prep for the oncoming hurricane possibilities in Florida. Oh, fun, be safe. Find which wires be in which coil and go from there. What do we got? I have a cheap stepper motor with funky colored wires. Any tip on how to find what color is what? You can short completely out of the, off of the printer, not hooked up to anything. You can short 2 of the wires, short the pairs and turn the stepper, and it should have more resistance when you've got a pair connected. Just by hand, you don't have to turn it fast. Just plug into, or just hold 2 of the wires together and turn it. And when you get a pair of them, it should have more resistance in turning the the stepper. Oh, okay, where am I going here? Ooh, oh, I got too big a heat shrink on some of that. Let me grab some smaller pieces. Maybe that'll work. Just go with... Where's the piece I just had? Probably just fell on the floor. Oh, along with that one. Charlie is sleepy kitty. Charlie's getting to be an old kitty. He sleeps a lot. More. There we go. So I'm gonna need two about this long. Okay, we are focusing on the wrong thing, so let's just move this out of the way. Okay. 1, 2. These are... Let's get some of this. 3 and 4. And then we'll just grab a larger piece, I think, for the whole thing. Okay. Just prepping my heat shrink. I have to say, I just love the Charlie cam. Awesome. I'm glad you like it. Should have put this on before I stripped the wires. There we go. That one. That one. And then break out the soldering iron. How much of a pain in the ass would a 2.4 to Trident conversion be? I feel like it'd be a very big pain in the neck, especially significantly more than the cost of a Trident frame, I think, just in the framework. Oh, there we go. Okay. Hi, Flo. Yeah, solder. I have to get my top of my head in the camera. Now, oops, oops, I grabbed the wrong pieces for heat shrink. Here, and here. Then maybe I'll break out the helping hands. There we go. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh, I did this wrong. I'm thinking wrong. I need to go this way. I do need to go this way. I was about to trap the heat shrink on there and not be able to use it. Okay. Now let's... It's there. And realize that I'm not going to even be able to put that piece of heat shrink over the connection. Go a little bigger. There we go. There. And there we go. Come on, focus. I don't know if that ever focused. I got the wrong glasses on. And I need a better piece of red heat shrink. Hey, Clee, welcome. There we go. That shall work. Charlie Cam is the best edition. Awesome. What do we have here? I'm catching up, sorry. Oh, I missed a lot of stuff. Hey, John. This is the Charlie fan club. Did you get an Apple Watch Ultra? I did. I pulled the trigger on one. Okay, so let's see if I can actually get some. If we can get this thing to focus. Yeah, they look good. Let's just go with that. Solder joints look fine. And let me get the heat shrink. And then I kind of wanted to put the other piece, this bigger piece over it just to hold everything together. Prusa Excel got delayed. Oh, is there an official delay on it? Or is that new news? Okay, there is our fan harness now. Is a pitchfork bigger or smaller than a Trident? A pitchfork is bigger. It's like, yeah. Hey, Jan. Where did you get the Charlie's Angels plans from? The name came from you folks. Came from you all. Oh, not new. Q1 2023 at the earliest. Yeah. Okay, let's put this in here now with these and figure out what length of screw I need. Probably from this bin here. Or your cell phone is occasionally interfering with the microphone? What? Well, I've got a fan running in the background, but my cell phone shouldn't be interfering with the microphone. Is anybody else hearing that? Cat stole your seat. Charlie steals my seat all the time. It's actually rather irritating. Okay, so this goes here, and then these are gonna have to, I think, go like this. And then this goes on here like that. And then what size screw do I need? Not that one. That one. Let's see how this goes. Hey, Cully. I want to loosen all these just so I can line everything up. There we go. Like that, and then we need a little nut, X nut, just to make these look good and not have one without a screw. Put a nut on the back here. The issue with my end, watching the stream from the phone, I hopefully see if I can put that. I might have put these a little short, but that's okay. I printed these wrong, so I have some unsupported bridges here that I need to clean out. I thought I had cleaned them all out before, but just have to break them out of the way. Oh, that's interesting. I've got a couple of different ones here. Hold on, I put the wrong one on the other side. Let's go there and there. Notice these aren't countersunk and these are, which means I changed that at some point. So let me fix that. Colin, thanks for gifting the memberships. Is the orientation of the fork correct? Yes, because this goes like that. This is the frame. Thanks for checking though, because that's the kind of thing I'd forget. Okay, I missed a couple of things. We had a brief lag and some dropped frames, but it seems to have settled down now. Okay. All the new members, awesome. Now you can go, all you new members can go check out the stream from yesterday. The 3D Sets buggy build, the Sandy. But do it after, do it in about 4 or 5 hours. Okay, so let me switch out this other piece. I grabbed the wrong one. Okay, I'm not gonna switch out this piece because apparently I didn't print it. So I will switch it out later. It will have a mismatch there. Okay, so now we can put soldering stuff away. So I think we're done soldering. There we go. So now, what am I? This will go right here like that. And thread in. Hey, Panzer Captain. I brought my new cat to the vet the other day, first time putting her in a carrier. It required hydrogen peroxide and antibiotics and lots of bandages. Uh-oh. Charlie is, yeah, he goes into a pet carrier just fine. Ronald, am I near the pushing plastic point? Not even close. We got lots of configuration and learning to do. That's hilarious. When I was setting this up, when I was test fitting it, I was checking my wire lengths to the display. That's funny. Is the fan cover backwards? What do you mean? It should be correct. It's the same as the other side. Okay, so now this just tucks in down here and plugs in right there. So then I can just tuck this. This will wedge in right here and be nice and out of the way. There we go. And the power supply and the steppers, even though the heat sinks are in the wrong orientation, but they're too big to turn 90 degrees. Okay. Am I missing anything? Are we ready to start configuring this board? Oh, there we go. Hey, Gerard. You need to learn the art of cat deactivation. Yeah. Hey, Zarp from Switzerland. Sorry, I mean the one that isn't countersunk. Are your countersinks facing the inside, maybe? No. I just have, well. Yeah, no, it's just a wrong print. I printed a few versions of these, and apparently I didn't print the right amount of the correct ones. So, hey KB3D, welcome. You need a cat follow robot cam. Yep, Charlie wants out, so give me a second. Charlie out, number 1. Hey Bruno, let's put the back panel on. Let's put the back panel on. So back panel, thanks to KB3D and Lineo. Move the printer out of the way while we peel the protective. I feel like the back panel should be on, and then we can get on to everything else. Dopey Lee, thanks for gifting the membership. The memberships. There we go. Let's see. Oh, almost. Left where my fingers were. There we go. Okay, I think we need to go glossy side in. We did glossy side up on the bottom. We had to. So. And we have, is that missing the filament hole? Oh no, it's missing the filament hole. I get to drill a filament hole. How can I accurately do that? Well, we need to go shiny side inside, because the deck is shiny side inside. So it is missing the filament hole. That is correct. That is correct. And they probably all need to be drilled out a little bit. Oh, here comes Charlie. Yeah, they all need to be drilled out a little bit. Do I have the means of doing that right now? Not well. And I want to do it well, because I'm going to need to drill out all of these, all the mounting holes in that jig hole. So I'm going to set this aside and we'll move on. We will still print, assuming we can get to that point, but the panel will go on after stream. Yeah, the filament part, the guide on the, for here needs to go on. And that can kind of be my marker. If I center that and then mark the center of the hole here, we'll be fine. We'll end up putting this on the, let's just put this on the printer right now. What is this gonna need? A couple of M3s. Charlie, you don't need to go out again. That'll be easy to fix. I just don't know the best way for me to fix it on stream. I don't think there is a good way for me to fix it on stream. So, no biggie. We can move on. Problem for future stream. Steve, yes. I didn't notice that that hole was missing before. Ah. Okay, you aren't going to be able to see it, so maybe we'll go this way. This is going to be way easier to do this. This way. And Charlie is going to be a turd, and he wants out already. Go. Is that acrylic or ABS sheet? It is ACM, aluminum composite material. There, that's on there now. Let's get to configuring. Oh, it's ACM. It won't have any problems. Splitting it won't be possible. Let's go to Makerbase's GitHub. We are, if anybody wants to follow along, we are here. The 120 version doesn't have the hole in the DXF for the panel. The 150 does. Okay. Bruno, is that mini stealth burner? Sort of, not really. It's the fan setup from mini stealth burner, but it is a Orbiter 2 extruder. Oh, deep breath. Let's dive in. So the MKS SKIPR is an all-in-one board launched by Makerbase for running Clipper. It integrates an RK3328 SoC and an STM407 MCU. So we have a lot of stuff here. We talked about this before. We have a wiring diagram. And I already did mounts for it. So we're gonna download and install system images. So Makerbase provides a complete Clipper firmware transplanted based on Armbian desktop system and directly supports Clipper screen. Users only need to download the image file provided by Makerbase, burn it to the eMMC module or a TF card without a lot of construction work. If you can purchase a package that includes the eMMC module, the eMMC module has already been burned into the system before leaving the factory, and you do not need to burn it again unless you want to update a new image. Can we go? What are we missing? Plan to order one next week for CAN bus testing and replace the SKR 1.4T. Let's see what we have here. I'd like to go, let's see what they have, but I'd like to go from the beginning. Even more from the beginning. Let's look at what's on here. So let's pull the eMMC card that's on here. Using my handy dandy iFixit toolkit. And Charlie's in, by the way. So, oh, well, that's annoying. That's really annoying. the standoffs, or at least one of the standoffs for this, the mount for this is loose. Let's see if I can tighten it without pulling the board. Maybe that was too small of a. Yeah, it tightened up enough. Okay, eMMC card and the 2 screws. Now it came with a eMMC to SD card adapter here for plugging into the computer, I imagine. So this guy plugs in right there, and then we can plug it into the laptop. So then we end up with this setup. So I'm sure all the, hey Max, welcome. I'm sure all the security folks in there are screaming right now, but here we go. Let's see if that comes up. I am not seeing it. Shouldn't that just pop in? Try a different adapter. Is it the adapter? It's keyed, it only goes one way. Oh yeah, that's right. Have you seen this, Max? as I watch my name go from red to orange to purple to blue. So many adapters. It is not coming up. What is going on? Let me try a different reader that I can read plug without the extra adapter. What was that? Okay, so I have a direct reader. Where can I plug this in? Okay, I'm gonna plug it in over here. You're not gonna be able to see this. Just let this come up. Let the adapter get red. Hey, Edge of 3D. Hey, Paul. Too white because there are no common servers you share. Okay, let's see if this works. Hey, we got a USB drive. Let's see. Haha. Okay. I think I can just do this. Yeah, we're good. Move this guy over here. So I plugged in the eMMC card into the micro SD adapter, and now I have their default setup here. Here's a WPA supplicant. Am I ready for Earth? No, but I will be. So then we could edit the WPA supplicant and get it on Wi-Fi and probably see the thing. Let's do it. Let's edit with Notepad. And we got this stuff. So Makerbase 318 is Makerbase's password apparently. I'm assuming that's all. I mean, they send this out to everybody. You want to go to China and jump on their network? Let's just see what happens here. I don't think I need that file. So I just saved the WPA supplicant. Martin, thanks for coming a member. Danny, this is the Makerbase MKS SKIPR board. It has a integrated Raspberry Pi alternative. And we're learning, we're figuring it out. So the first step of that, they say that it already has an image on there. Let's see if it comes up. Let's power it on and hope for no smoke and see what comes up. So, oh, and there you go. Charlie sneaks back into place without me noticing. Okay. There were none of those settings there. It was a very basic file. All I had was the network stuff. So their instructions say that this, here, let's go back and reread this. So users only need to download the image file provided by Makerbase, burn it to the MC. If you have purchased a package that includes an eMMC module, the eMMC module has already been burned into the system before leaving the factory. You do not need to burn it again unless you want to update a new image. So we're just going to see what this looks like. So, well, I guess this is the appropriate, or maybe this. If there's any smoke, we want the best view, right? That ought to give us a good view. We tested the power supply last stream. It's outputting the correct voltage. Assuming I didn't screw anything up on wiring, we should be able to turn it on. Oh, we also need this doesn't have Wi-Fi built in, I don't believe, so they included a Wi-Fi adapter. Plug that in there. Not time for sparks and flames and smokes. Not okay. Okay, are we ready? We're gonna do a countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, I'm about to hit power. Power. Don't get any LEDs? Oh. Nobody saw that. I distracted myself and forgot to plug it into the wall. I plugged it into the printer, forgot to plug it into the wall. Okay, now we go. And power. Hey, we have lights. I don't smell any smoke. We got controller fans running. Okay. We don't have any smoke. We got all the LEDs. smells good. Let's see if it's on the network. Let's find out. See if anything is out there. Devices. Is there a new oddly named device on my network? Nothing that I see. Wall Street Bets. This is the MKS Makerbase MKS SKIPR version 1.0. Yeah, nothing on my network here that I see. Let's see what it should be named. Anything special about it? It has a Raspberry Pi type SoC built in. This is how to start from the beginning. I don't see an SD card. It has an eMMC module for the Pi. It also has a spot for an SD card, so I think you could run this off of either. Do they tell? I'm looking to see if it has the default name. Using the USB Wi-Fi adapter. MKS Skipper report or supports USB Wi-Fi, but not every type. They included this Wi-Fi adapter. I don't know if it normally comes with it. They sent me a package of parts, just a disclaimer. They sent me a box of parts and the Wi-Fi adapter was in there. Yeah, Max, it's built into the main board. Through the config file below, power on, insert the TF card. It would generate 2 disks, boot disk, WPA supplicant. I modified those through the serial software. Oh, I did it through the file, so it should have worked. From the serial software on PC, enter the command sudo ifconfig and view the IP. Well, I'd have to open that up. Okay, let me see if it's coming up, and then maybe we can plug in a. Oh, I could plug in an HDMI cable. Wade, thanks for becoming a member. Yeah, let me check to see if anything has shown up on my devices. Now that it's been on for a little bit. Hey, I got MKS PI. MKS PI is on my network. Let's see if this comes up. Can't reach it. MKS PI, did I say that right? Yeah, MKS PI is on the network. So let's go to a command prompt. See if we can ping it. Derek, thanks for gifting the memberships. And it is 2.4 gigahertz. So let's ping MKS PI.local. It's on the network, why isn't it? It's not finding it. It's not getting an IP address. Why? It's not listing an IP address for it. No, it's my interface here. Never mind. Never mind. What is its IP? Give me client details. IP is .224. Okay, so let's try getting to it with the IP address. See what this comes up. Nope, not coming up. It pings. Can I SSH into it? What is the, I think they have a, let's go back here. I thought they had a username and password. It pinged here, but it's not, but I need to figure out what the username and password is. Install putty, install, insert image file. Get the IP. Makerbase's image has installed Fluid. So it should, according to them, it should just connect, but it's supposed to have, oh, user MKS and pass Makerbase. Where did you find that, Mr. Clown? Hey, right there. Wow. Right here it says there's MKS and root, and their origin passwords are the same Makerbase. So let's see if we can just SSH, oops, MKS at 192.168.50.24. Will that work? Not looking good. Let's let this time out, see what it does. Can't I do the username at? This should work, right? Colin, are you thinking of the Big Tree Tech board with network issues? Or specifically the MKS board? Hey, Melting SP. Yeah, it's not doing anything. Yeah, let me just reboot it. I don't have any clean way to shut it down, but let's just reboot the thing. It's been on long enough. Any initialization should have happened. We saw it on my router. Okay, turn it back on. Reboot. Try putty. There were baud rates. Well, there were things you need to change in order to. Well, we'll try that, Mike. We'll go through their instructions. I need to install putty. I've never actually used it that way. There we go. Let's first ping it. Now it's not reachable. Let's see if we've got a... Burnt in Phoenix, MKS Pi is the host name, but the username, according to MKS, is MKS or root. So when you SSH in, you want username at, and then the host name or IP address. Okay, let me refresh this. I see MKS Pi on the network. And it is getting the same IP. Oh, that was replying 223. That's really weird. I didn't notice that before. Charlie is very unfazed. There we go. We are not getting anything there. So what are the putty? I've never used putty to do this. And then configure the serial parameters on Clipper. Well, this is just for that. We're just trying to get it. While the router says that's the IP that was assigned to it. Client details. 192.168.50.224. It's getting a signal. It's not great. It's not a great signal. But it is communicating according to this. Why am I not able to ping it? Packet sent. It's losing. Oh, we did. Yeah. ARP-A. What's ARP-A? Yeah, that's this guy right here. Yeah, it's only 50%. My router is saying it's only getting 50% signal. Let me try. Let's move this thing. I mean, I'm just physically moving the printer to point to where it's open towards where the router is. Let's see if that helps the ping. I can't get closer to the router. Now we got something. Let's see here. Hey, oh, come on, John. I got a long ways to go. Okay, this is not coming up. Let me try the suggested other USB port for this. Let me just power this off. Switch USB ports on the Wi-Fi adapter. There's a USB 3 port on here. I don't think that should matter. And then I'll try with root. Okay, let's power it back on. I probably should. I should get a network cable long enough to reach a port here. Do I have a free port? Yeah, I think I have a free port. Security is set up WPA2 instead of WPA3. Well, this is on. Let's see if it's, once again, let's see if it's showing up in my router. Yes. Am I still getting the same IP address? Yes. Okay. It's not working well. Yeah, it's not working well. What can I do? Or Wi-Fi performance, and I'm not in a great spot for 2.4. So my Wi-Fi signal here in the garage has been enough for all of my printers. Raspberry Pi seem to do okay in here, but I bought one of the Elgato lights that operate on 2.4 gigahertz, and it is trash in here. So what can I do? Where can I get a network cable? I don't know let me see if I have something that'll reach. Let's see if I can just get something going. I don't know if this is long enough. Give me a moment. Here. This is where I get. Okay. Let's go here. I'll just unplug this and see what happens. There we go. Oh, there. Let's see if it's showing up on the network now. I don't know what I'm going to do for the rest of the stream because this network cable is straight from the wall jack to the printer and it's not touching the floor. Okay. We should have something on my wired network now. Yes. We see something on the wired network. What is its IP address? .151 this time. 151. Oops. Hey, look at that. Is it possible to connect a laptop to the SKRPR through Ethernet cable and SSH into it? No, because my laptop needs a network, because that's what I'm streaming off of. So let's see what if 151. Let's see what comes up. Hey. It comes up. I mean, nothing is actually configured, but what was our, oh yeah. This is not a Raspberry Pi, Max. This is a, I don't know what, there's a, I don't remember what the specifics of it are, but it's on that page. So since I'm here, let's just try this. Would this have worked? Are our problems all Wi-Fi? Yes, our problems are all Wi-Fi. Because look at this. Makerbase? Was that the password? Ooh, fancy. The included Wi-Fi dongle does not work well for me. I don't know what I'm gonna do at that point. I don't think you have drivers for that dongle built in. It's the one they included with it. And it saw the network, it's just not, I think it's a signal issue. I really think it's probably mostly a signal issue. If config, what's that? No? If config on my network? Oh, this is awkward. I don't know how to do if config. Getting a Pi Wi-Fi dongle, maybe? My router is across the house. I've got a Raspberry Pi box here of Raspberry Pi stuff. I don't think I have a Pi Wi-Fi card though. No, I don't see one here. I don't know what you guys are trying to get me to do. Oh, in SSH? Is that what you wanted to see? If you have an old router, you could set it up as an access point in the garage. Yeah. I have no idea what you guys are trying to do. You're giving me commands, but not telling me what it's going to do. What are we trying to do? It's Armbian. Is that what we're looking for? Or IP? I don't know, it's the same thing. Okay, what am I gonna do for if the dongle is, oh, I don't even have the dongle plugged in now. I unplugged it when I plugged the network in. I can plug it back in. I can plug it back in. I've plugged it back in. Let's give it a second. I unplugged it, Max. And the delay means that you didn't hear me say that yet. So let's try this again. Let's try that again now that I've plugged it back in. So we got a wireless LAN, and it is not LS USB? What is that? A Realtek wireless network adapter. I see. So now how do I check? So I've plugged it in, it's not connected. It's still not connected. So what can I do to configure that properly? A few things. Right. Is there a driver issue or? Wi-Fi password is in the config file, yes. And we saw it on the network before. Do I have another Wi-Fi? I do not. I don't even know where my storage boxes are for longer Ethernet cables. Maybe the dongle's crappy. Little antenna is getting too much noise from the board. What if I have a USB extension? Has to be a bad Wi-Fi cable. I have a USB extension. Let's see what happens. And we'll have to unplug the, here, let's do this. Why you know? Can you just quickly salvage an Ethernet coupler from the LDOV2 behind me? If I had another cable to plug in, okay, let's turn this off. Let's unplug the Ethernet cable I just plugged in. And let's power back on and see if we get better signal. The cable is only not long enough to really help me here, DJ. Let's just see what this is Let's see if the, my router was giving a percentage of a signal strength percentage. So let's see. It is back on Wi-Fi. And we are getting worse. It was saying it was 50 something percent. Now it's saying 47%. Ah. Come on, go away. Let's just start over. What is its IP? It is back to 224. I need a stick. Yeah, it's not. It's seeing it on the network, it's just not working. Let me find another network cable. Let's get past this. Let's go wired somehow. So how can I go wired somehow? I can probably, DJ was saying, I am going to steal, how am I gonna do that? I'm gonna steal the network cable from my main computer. And I'm gonna steal the coupler from the, I'm gonna steal the coupler from the LDO printer behind me. Like, here we go. And this will gain us a good 8 feet. Let's get rid of this USB cable. And then, I feel, plug that in. Oops. Network cable in the Charlie cam, can't have that. Now we should be able to see it. Oops. What was it, 151? Yeah, 151. Okay. We are in business. Wi-Fi is a question, but let's move on. Wi-Fi is a question, but let's move on. We are reconnect. We should be able to get there. Yep, we are here and in business. Let's go back to their GitHub. Now what would, I'm sticking with country code. It showed above the Wi-Fi SS in supplicant. Did it? Did it show there? Patrick, how do I, where's the location? Hold on. Where's the location of, is it CD/boot? No. Where's the boot folder? Here it is. Boot, and then I'm looking at the supplicant file right now. But I need to do it off screen because it has my it is, oh, there we go. Wow, that took a while. There was a country code. You're absolutely right. Will that make a difference? Will that actually make a difference here? Is it worth trying? And should that just be, is the actual one US? Just US? I mean, we can try it again. I just changed it for channel availability. I mean, I just changed it, so let's find out. I'm gonna have to reboot. GP only works if you say please. Hopefully we're learning something. Okay, this is all, should be rebooting right now. Okay, do we have Wi-Fi? Let's see if it's showing up on the network. Yes, it's showing up. Slightly better signal. See if it's pinging. Oh, well, I mean, it's not great, but it's significantly improved. Well, it's still timed out on one. Just see if it'll, huh? Oh, I gotta go to 224. 224. Let's see if it comes up. It's not. I think we're gonna go LAN and move on. We're gonna go LAN and move on. Because this is not coming up, so. Excuse me. I'm gonna get my tangle of wires out of the way here. There we go. LAN it is. See, network cable fell across Charlie and he didn't even care. We are the LAN party, yes. Oh, it does say the USB can use a good amount of CPU, so better with wired anyway. Okay. Hey, Luca. I don't think I need it. I've got plenty of length here now. My other computer is offline, but that's okay. I don't need it. Oops. 151. Now we should come right up. So this was all pre-installed on the eMMC module. Do we want to temp fade and start over, or do we want to just move on and configure this thing to print? Because starting over would mean coming back up here and flashing the system files. But it's the same process that we do with any config, with any setup. They just have us using Balena Etcher and sending an image. So let's move on and get going. Yep. So we're not going to do Wi-Fi. We basically have the thing up and running. Okay. So if we go over here, and I'm just going to go straight to, where is it? Settings. And the very first thing we're going to do is check for updates and do the updates. So I don't know, the board doesn't have Wi-Fi built in. So the board doesn't have Wi-Fi issues. The card that they sent may not be ideal for my weak signal area. Because my signal in this garage is known weak. I have my laptop here is wired, and my desktop's wired. All the printers seem to work okay, but any other devices I'm discovering bringing in besides Pis seem to work fine. Is there a newer OS image version? Maybe has a fix for the Wi-Fi? This says Clipper is up to date. Oh, it's still checking. Never mind. While it's checking, let's look to see if they have a download and when it's Clipper firmware. Where's their image? Did they have a link here? It's not here. This is all specific to this. System image download link. Ew. Let's see where. This looks like from looks like their file is probably May of this year, so I don't think it's any newer than what I have. Hey, Eric. So E Bigford there in the chat is the person who the Enderwire is going to, just for FYI. He's a very, 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 a few more very old, longtime friend. So, okay, let's see where this is at. So thanks for being here. Dry throat. I think I might need to extend a mesh into this area. That's true. This is still checking for updates. Yep, see, I told you. Didn't I say at the beginning of the stream? He wants to make car parts and RC parts. I think those are the exact words I used. Gotta go get Stella from the groomer. Oh, have fun. Stella is a good dog. Unless she's killing possums and raccoons. Hey, PF Dennis. Okay, here we go. Invalid. So all of this says fluid is up to date. 118.2 is the latest, okay. Let's recover Clipper. We're not gonna use Clipper screen. I'm gonna need to remove that. Let's recover Moonraker first. It's probably their particular, they've modified something. I hope this actually works. Get clone error. Okay. It won't recover. Let's try Did I try Moonraker first? Ah, well, fun. Fun, fun, fun. How can I fix this? What does that error mean? It means that the local files have been changed from what would be expected on the source, the repo, right? But recover should do a hard. Oh, you don't have DNS. Are you a little bit behind there, Christian? I think you're a little bit behind. What is going on? It's not resolving DNS. Oh, is that what the error was there? I'm sorry. Let me bring this up. That's why I can't reach GitHub. I see. I apologize. How do I fix that? I unplugged the Wi-Fi. I see. It can't see. If I would have left this up longer, yeah. Could not resolve. No, I wasn't understanding where you folks were. I'm sorry about that. So how do I check? You think it just needs a reboot? Oh, that's true. I may not have. Here, let's go. Post. Let's reboot. Yes. Let's find out. Hey, Science Sniper. Let's see if it's back up. Okay, we are back up. Let's go back to the settings. Let's check for updates again. Do I have Facebook? I have a Facebook account, but I only use it to view groups, basically. Tempting RCF for waiting to boot. Well, this would be why it took so long to check for updates last time. An extra long time, because this usually takes a little bit, but not that long. Hi, John. We are partially working. Anyone remember adding a reboot script to do a nightly reboot on Windows 2000? Yeah. still checking for updates, so I'm not sure. Let's find out what this ends up. How would we troubleshoot the DNS thing? Look at Charlie. It still helps support 3 Windows 2000 advanced servers. Ew. This is taking a very long time. SSHN. While that's doing that, here, we can see that in the background. There we go. And we, oops, okay. SSH, MK, is at, I could probably use the host name now, but Makerbase. SH into the Pi and run a ping check to 1.1. So what, I ping no 1.1.1? What? And google.com. Hey, Jared, welcome. So DNS is not working. So it cannot, DNS is not up and running. So I want to sudo nano /et/ resolve comp. Is that a file? Oh, here we are. Makerbase. Name server. Well, that's weird. What should I put here? Because this is the problem, right? Oh, you guys don't see this. There we go. Yeah, sorry. My router IP? So this should just be 50.1. And then reboot. 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 The DNS server is napping. Let's see if this works. Add another one. See if it's back up. No need for a reboot? Oh. Only here for a few. I have a wedding and some background enjoyment. Well, hopefully this is somewhat entertaining for you, Jared. It will probably show up proper now via the DNS table on your router now. So if I ping google.com, hey, looky there. Okay. Let's reconnect now and go back to the machine and check for updates. Not the same one as Nero, I don't know. Hey, there we go. That went through reasonably quick. So let's update. This build image is garbage. They could take some feedback. Maybe they'll watch this and take some feedback. The typical user experience, right? Hey, Meckengenser, how you doing? Update's finished. Update. It's going through and updating. Now you are a new network admin. Oh, there was an error updating fluid? I need to pay more attention. Okay, well, did this actually update? This one's successful. Okay, Moonraker updated. Let's see about fluid again. Downloading fluid. Whoa. Is that it? Okay, that updated now. And Clipper. Oh, now we can update all. Yeah, might as well. Yeah. Although Clipper screen we don't need to update, we're not going to use it. I should have removed it from the Moonraker updates config. For some reason it was in my head that you go layer like the interface and then the API and then firmware. I thought I read that somewhere. So let's let this do its updates. System, then Moonraker, then the rest. Apparently this one wanted Moonraker first. Yeah, I was wondering about the system packages too there, Nathan. Just kind of in the back of my mind. Have fun, Max. Thanks for being here. Thanks for stopping by. Firmware interface software. Well, I don't think firmware in this case in most cases for Clipper needs to be first on that list. It's a question on whether it's the interface or Moonraker first, I think is the big question. For this one, obviously Moonraker needed to be updated first. Here, let's see Max off. There we go. Oh, there. Up to date, up to date, up to date. Let's just making sure it's hitting all the right sources. Yeah, it's up, everything's up to date. Let's go back from here. Time to say night here. I'll catch up tomorrow. See you, Malfrey. So let's go back to their instructions and catch up. So all the features, we got a wiring diagram, we did all that. How are we connected between the two systems? So they're both on the same board, how do they connect? Why fluid and not mainsail? Notice CB1 builds show it that way too. Fluid is what has already been installed on this image. So, and that's fine. Most of my printers are running mainsail, but I have 2 or 3 that run fluid just to, I like aspects of both systems. So, there's no reason for me to put mainsail on this instead of fluid from my point of view. Okay. We are connected, things are updated. We are in the fluid interface. Now, theoretically, we should be able to do MKS pi, oops. Pi, I think. Is that what it's called on the network? The host name? MKS pi. Well, that's not working. The host name isn't, why isn't that working? Huh. I'm not gonna dwell on it. For now. If anybody has a good reason, explanation, or how to fix that, let me know. You can run both on the same printer, yes. Back to here. So we're past all of this. So now we're gonna need to configure. So connect to the UART1. So the MCU should be dev TTYS0. Not all Linux images broadcast local host names. Is there an easier way to force it to do that? Should let ASA parts cool down in enclosure with the bed generally, or pop the plate part out and let it cool. I usually let them cool and release. What is AVAHI? What is AVAHI? There is a hostname function that sets the hostname setting without using the tool, doesn't set the deep hostname. Whoa. Will this work? MKSPI. What I thought it was. That'll make it broadcast its home host name on ZeroConf. So if I take this and do that, oops. It doesn't, APT is not found. Sparta filament doesn't release, it releases for me. APT isn't found. There's no space there. Yeah. APT isn't found. APT-get. Oops, I put an extra space here, but. What? That's weird. I got something going on here. Let me close this. That was really weird. APT-get. Let's just see. So APT-get works. So yeah, I think I copied something from chat. You're right. And then what? Install AVAHI. Unable to locate package AVAHI. Oh, it's AVHI dash daemon. There we go. What would I do without you? I would not be getting this done. So is this, should this broadcast now with .local now? Should I be able to get to it? Yes, apparently. It did work. Awesome. So now mkspi.local works. Thank you. Awesome. Okay. ADXL 345 connection. What is this? Acceleration library. We don't care about this yet. What I want to do is flash firmware on the controller. I want to update the firmware on the controller. So where are the settings for flashing the firmware? Do they have them? Clipper firmware. Okay, this file contains common. I think this is what we want right here. This is what we want right here. So let's go. Clipper. Make menu config. Oh, okay. So all of this is what they set up previously. So we have an STM controller. It is a 407. Bootloader offset is 48 according to the document there. Colin, we're still unwired. I've moved on. I think it's a signal issue with the particular USB device and my network. I wouldn't blame that on this system because I know I have weak Wi-Fi signal in this area. I need to fix that. I should figure out, get an access point in here so that's not a factor in the future. Clock reference, it doesn't say in the document, but I'll leave it where it is. And it says USART 1 is what I want, but the current firmware on there is USART 3. USART 1 on PA10, PA9 is what it says. So let's follow their instructions on this config file, and everything else should be okay. So let's quit and save. This will be interesting when Taylor is coming to the point of installing this. Does he have one of these boards? Does he have one of these skipper boards? The hardware used connect to, okay. Make, clean, and make. It would be interesting to check this thing in a separate VLAN and checking it's not doing things it's not supposed to. Yeah. Yeah. I have no idea where to even begin with that though, Phil. Oh, Charlie's shifting. Okay, so it generated a clipper.bin file. And according to their instructions, whoa. Where was that? Oh, no, I was in the wrong spot. I'm sorry. Oh, Charlie's up and back down. I should have stayed back here. Nope, not that. James, member for 5 months. Thanks for all the great content. Awesome, thank you. Make flash command does not work on the MKS skipper. Instead, after running make, copy the generated clipper.bin file to a file named MKS skipper bin. So what is that location? If I go here and I want to out and I want to CP, but where's the config? Is it? Oh, config, it's right there. CP clipper.bin to .. config. Is that where I want it to go? / clipper. Does that work? Hey, Maker Viking, welcome. Can I go to my config files here and have a... No, I'm in the wrong spot. Clipper config. Where is the config folder? I messed that up. I mean, I just put it right there. Let's just remove that. I know, copy to an ASD card, but I wanted to move it to CP clipper.bin // clipper _config /. Is that what I want? Yep, there we go. Now it's here in our config folder, and now I can download this without having to go into WinSCP or something. The Clipper Git repos config folder. Okay, thank you. Hey, Evil. Okay. So now I'm going to take one of my little 128 megabyte SD cards that I got off Amazon and copy that clipper.bin file to it. Here. So if we go to downloads, this is the file we're gonna call this, firmware.bin. No, let's just cut that and paste it on this SD card. 128 megabyte, yep. Bought a pack of them just for this. And this should be firmware.bin, right? Does it care? Oh, hey, we're reading instructions. Copy the generated clipper.bin file to a file named mksskipper.bin. So let's fix that. mksskipper.bin. mks_skipr. Let's pull this and let's shut down the system. Host, shut down. This is one of the things I like about Fluid, is that it asks for a confirmation on things like this. Okay, so shutting it down, power it off. Now, I believe, let's find out. I have here, I've got a pinout diagram here. I also have it engraved on the bottom panel, but this SD card over here is the MCU card, and this one down here is the host card. So we're gonna plug this into the MCU card because there's two of them, as you notice. There's a SD card slot here that we could use instead of the eMMC card. We could use a regular micro SD here. This one's for the MCU. So let's put this guy in there. It's the nice clicky style, which is nice. Let's turn it on. Hey, Delmar. that hopefully will flash the latest version of Clipper to the MCU. And hopefully the UART connection is correct. Okay, let's get rid of that window and let's bring this one up. Delmar, we are making progress. We have discovered that I cannot use, at least I can't use, the Wi-Fi dongle that came with it because I don't think I have enough signal in here. And I'll try to do an update on that. I'll figure out a way to get better signal, or I'll carry this into the same room as my router and see if it connects fine when it's close. See if it's truly just a signal issue or if it's something else. Oh, Nathan? You out of here? Thanks for being here. It is late. Probably need to go to bed soon. Oh, there we are. You're not out of here yet. Okay. Okay, this should be ready to go. So let's reconnect. Now, let's go and look at their configuration. So I think they have a default configuration on here. So let's look at what it is. And it is S0. It does appear to actually be, let's close this. It's seeing ADC out of range. Too many devices on the network. I doubt that. So I think it's seeing it. If we go to system, doesn't it show? Is there anywhere that shows the MCUs connected? I thought there was somewhere. Or is this just the host? It says ADC out of range. So let's use their config. It's not going to be correct, but I just want to see that things are working. So let's look at what the thermistor values are, because we're going to replace all of this, but what does so let's go to Clipper's website, Clipper's docs. Documentation, and I think, can we just search for 3950? Common thermistors, yep, that's what I wanted. I wanted the common thermistors entry, and I believe we want the ATC NT4 for the Revo, right? ATC, the NT 104 NT for the Revo. So we have thermistors connected. Everything should be connected. Oops. And then for the bed, I have no idea what this is. I bet you, do we know what the Fabreeko Honey Badger beds use? Is it just a generic 3950? Let's save and restart. MCU shutdown, ADC out of range. Which one though? David, welcome. Thanks for becoming a member. Oh, I wonder if they're even set up on the same pins that I'm using. Let's look. Let's check the pin. Printer config. Sensor pin PC1. So let's pull up my handy dandy engraved bottom panel and thermistor. So for TH0, I am using PC1, but I'm using PC0 for the bed. Let's see what they have. They have PC0 for the bed. Okay. They are both plugged in. Am I using PC0 for the bed? No. That's where the problem is. Let me unplug this guy. I've got the bed plugged into the wrong port. Yeah. Got the bed plugged into the wrong port, I think. I think that's the problem. Hey, Zero G, welcome. So let's close this and firmware restart and see if it comes up this time. Hey, there we are. Oops, shoot. We're there. We see stuff. I had the bed plugged into the wrong port. I had the bed plugged into the wrong port. So we have communication with the MCU between the host and the MCU. That's awesome. That is a big step. Now it's just configuring. Build's going good. A couple of hiccups with the network, but it is alive. And if we go over here to the machine, what do we see now? Aha, MCU, the STM407 on Clipper version 589. We have the host is on an older, has an older version installed, but that's okay. So we are connected to the MCU. What do we pay Disney and license fees now? Ooh, I didn't think about that. .30C is hot. Yeah, that's what it is here in my, what is that? About, that's probably in the mid 80s, is that right? .30C2F. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. 86 Fahrenheit. That's my wall thermometer says 84. You should still set the MCU to the by ID name, as Linux can reorder the pseudo serial names. Is there a by ID name when it's connected with UART? Yeah, there isn't one. It's connected with UART, not USB. Okay. Let's start configuring this to actually let's start configuring this to actually work. We are going to do that. Now remember, what was the word of the day? What was the word of the day? Does anybody remember? See if anybody remembers the word of the day. So we're back at the Solid Fork GitHub. Just so you can follow along, here's the... We are 2.5 hours in. Yeah, let's get it printing. So yes, include is the word of the day. So we're at the Solid Fork. Are you still here, Yuri? I may need some help. I may need some help coming through here. I've done some homework. I've done some prep on here, but let's see where we're at. So if we go to the config, we have a bunch of configs. Now this is a cool way of setting up a config. There are pin definition files. So all of the things that need pins off the controllers, they are defined as aliases in here. I have done some of this because I didn't want to sit here for half an hour typing pins into a alias file for this board, but I'll show you exactly what I did. And then every other thing, the printer config, for instance, has a bunch of keyword includes all over it to do this. So we are going to, and I've already downloaded these. So we're going to go through each one, step through it, and go from there. So since I've downloaded these, let's go back to our Fluid interface. And in the configuration, and now I'm going to delete this clipper bin because I don't need it anymore. And this is the key thing that I really like about Fluid better is this kind of confirmation, because I have accidentally deleted critical config files by just misclicking. So, and I don't know. I love breaking up into smaller files and just a list of includes and printer config. Yeah, it's a perfectly valid way to do it. It's just I'm hoping we can follow it and it ends up working smoothly. So I'm going to rename this one to printer, and we're just going to call this MKS because this came from MKS. And maybe so I can sort this better, I'm going to start MKS _ printer.config. This is the default config that came with it. In case I have to refer back to it, we're going to rename that to MKS _ printer. And we don't need this clipper screen config file. I don't know if I want to delete it though. Fluid's new Z-probe offset is neat as well. I haven't checked that out, but I'll have to. My problem is if I clicked it once, I most likely will click it twice. For me, I would have caught it when I accidentally deleted a system file before. So I still like the confirmation. And now we're gonna add a bunch of files. So we're gonna upload a bunch of files that I have downloaded. Oop. And a fig. So we have all of these, and we might have to move them around. I'm not gonna grab that one or that one yet, the Moonraker and Fluid files. We're gonna open these, and those are gonna show up in here. Now, can I add a directory? Because they use a directory called config. And now in config, we're gonna upload a bunch of files. We're gonna upload all of these. And this is all stepper configs and that kind of thing. Now, all of this is just saving you me going through and downloading each of these files that are out here on the GitHub is all. Then now I did not actually get the macro files. I don't know how important they are, but we're gonna skip them for now. It's going to be case sensitive because Linux, so config needs to be config. Oh, thank you. So let's rename this to config. Little config. Where this all revolves around is that alias file for the board. So there was an octopus and spider examples out there, and I took the generic spider one and renamed it to MKS-SKIPR, this file here. So this is how it was. It had TBD for a bunch of, you can see them there, for a bunch of pins. We're gonna have to just do without Charlie for a little bit. And then I went through and I looked at the MKS Pin Out Diagram, which is right here off of their GitHub. This is the pin file that is in MKS Skipper, hardware, the hardware version, and then this pin file is what it is. So this is just that PDF. And then if you zoom in on this, you'll see, for instance, this is the X motor, or X Morot, as it's more commonly referred to as. This is the X Morot, and there's a step pin, PC14, a direction pin, PC13, an enable pin, and then a UART pin. And all those are entered into here directly. So for instance, our X stepper pin was PC14. So if we go in here, and for the step pin, we just type in PC14. And this is the same for any controller we're using. SKRs, spiders, octopuses, all of them are going to have definitions for these pins. They may look a little different. Some of them might say GPIO. Some of them might start with these letters, but it's all the same type thing. Direction is PC13. Enable is PC15. PC13. PC15, and that's as far as my short-term memory goes. UART is PE6. PE6. So, and then we do the Y. So like I said, I saved us going through and typing all of these and looking them up by doing this ahead of time. So, but I did save these two just as the example. So PE5, PE4, PE5, PE4. Was that PE or PD? PE5, PE4. Enable is PD14 and PE3. PE14 and PE3. And then I gotta let Charlie out. This is only what, the third time? He slept for a long time. Oops. So that should complete this config, right? So I'm not gonna save and restart. I'm just gonna save and close. Now, what other, so, and then in printer config, we need to change that name. So we have a lot of stuff here, but where is it printer config? Oh, we need to download all those macros apparently. Let's look at this. Let's just go through. So we have a build specific config. It was PD14, not PE14. PD14 for enable on Y. Thank you. Thank you. It's at the top in the commented section. What are we talking about? Yeah, my bad. Save, close. Printer config. Step 1, choose your controller board and uncomment the appropriate line below. Thank you. So we are going to include MKS SKIPR, oops, .cfg. Okay. So we're including the alias pin, pin definitions basically for that particular board. Step 2, select which size printer you are building and uncomment the appropriate line below. So we're going to include 120.config. And step 3, configure this file based on your build hardware. And then we have a bunch of other configs here that I think need to be looked at. So we're going to save this now, and we're going to go to, we're going to look at this 120.config and see what's in here. So in here, all the variables are dependent on build size set up in here. So we have a G-code macro of solid fork size variables. We have stepper X, position end stop 120 by 120, and stepper Y is 120. And then we have a Z tilt. We have a config /120. Now here's something that had me tripped up, Yuri, is we show here include config /120/config, but if we go to config, there isn't a 120. So we need a 120. Now I know what values, I'm pretty sure I know what values I'm gonna use here. And I'll show you how I got those, but I'm past it. I can get through this. So we do need a config /120 folder. So let's close this. We're gonna go to config and we're going to create a new folder here. Add a directory, 120. Save. Are we not allowed to create a folder with just a name? Or can I not create a subfolder to a folder? That's fine. I don't know, is this a common, should I be able to do that? We can get around that. If we go to, was it here? Try an SSH. You don't know, I always use SSH in or use VS Code. I'm going to not create a subfolder because if it's going to require just to create subfolders within Fluid, I don't know if it's a Fluid issue. I don't know if it's a just because it's all numbers. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if you can do it in mainsail. Let's try this again. Add directory, test 1, 2, 3. Sure. It's not coming up. So if we can't do it, it works here. Something is preventing me from doing this. I don't know what it is. And it's not showing me like it's not too many files. Oh, is there? There's no filter. It could be the MKS thing, but I've updated it to the latest interface. Anyway, where were we? Printer config. Is this where we were? Include. Oh, we were in the 120 config. Might be a permissions problem. Well, let's look. Let's go. Oops. Let's go back here. We are still logged on. Okay. So, where is the Clipper config folder? CD Clipper _ config. CD config. Oh, it created all of them. It's just not showing them. So it created them. It's just not showing them. Refresh. Config, refresh. Oh, okay. Never mind. Refresh worked. That's a little weird. I wonder if that's where that bug is. Yes, we're gonna remove that. It's not auto refreshing here. So, if I manually refresh, it's showing things. So we'll just go with it, right? Hopefully this is able to be followed. Let's do that. If nothing else, you can stare at Charlie. That could, I don't know if that's a fluid bug or this implementation of the OS bug. I'd be curious if anybody else with fluid, I've got other fluid machines I could try it on, but where were we? Printer config. And then we were in this 120 config. So let's close that. Let's go to the 120 config. Now this has config 120/ztilt and bed mesh are in there. So let's put the ztilt and bed mesh folders, because I think I put them in here instead. So let's remove the bed mesh one from here. And I think I have a ztilt, yep. Ztilt file from here. Huh, these are generally just not refreshing. So now let's go here and let's add that ztilt, upload the ztilt and bed mesh files. So now they're in the proper spot. And then refresh, and there they are. So now following this along, so we came from 120 config, all of this is correct. Now we have two, we have ztilt and bed mesh. So let's close these and go to that ztilt file first. So this is for the 150 build though. So I downloaded these out of the 150 and I'm going to edit them for the 120. Okay. the Z positions are going to be off. And I wrote down what they should be, and Yuri can help me confirm these. But I found those positions by opening up CAD and going to the top view. And now the Z tilt positions are all based on the pivot point, so the center of the GE5C in relation to 0, 0 on the bed. Okay? So the distance from this side of the bed to the center of the pivot point in the X direction is minus 50. And that appears to be the same for the different build sizes. The difference in the Y direction should be minus 15. So if I just do a info in Fusion 360, and I think if we do this line to one of these circles, we should get, it's 40, oh, it's an angle thing. So the way I got around that, and I don't know if there's a better way to do it, is if you just do a sketch, just start a sketch on the bed and turn this around. Now if you do a dimension from, say, one of these circles to the side you're looking for, then you can get a dimension, and it's basically 50 millimeters, right? It's within a fraction of a millimeter from that. And you can do this for the same thing, a dimension from one of these circles, the center of which, to the edge of the bed, and that's 15. So you can draw, I mean, just the info. The question is, how do you get a straight dimension? It's kind of odd. The different scenarios show different things in Fusion 360. So what I did earlier, I did a sketch, and then I just checked all the dimensions on things. So I did that for each of the 3 points. And what I got was minus 50, and I show minus 15 in the CAD, but so we go minus 50, minus 15, and then the rear one is 60, or the center of the bed, basically, and 165. And then this one is 170, because it's 50 millimeters past in X, and minus 15. Is that close, Yuri? Does that seem reasonable? Now this is, you read the description up here, and this is straight from the Clipper documentation. This is nozzle point. So this is if the nozzle was able to touch those pivot points, that's the coordinates, the nozzle coordinates you put here. Now for the points for doing the 3-point bed leveling, we need to, it is nozzle point, but you want to make sure that I think it's nozzle point, but you want to make sure that the probe will touch, and there's a 25 millimeter offset in Y on the probe. So specify coordinates of the nozzle and be sure the probe is above the bed at the given nozzle coordinates. So this is at 20x. I think 20 is too far over. I'm gonna go 10 in X and 0 in Y. And then for the center point, I'm gonna go 60 in X, which is the center of the bed. And then 120 is the total. So I'm gonna go 90 here. I want to get as close to the back as possible, so the probe should be about 5 millimeters forward of the back of the bed when it hits this. And then this would be 110 on X because it's 10 millimeters shy of the 120 millimeter max, and then 0 on Y. And that should be the 3 points that the probe is touching to do the Z tilt. it is important that these be in order. The first line is Z, the second one is Z1, and the third one is Z2. So in order on the Trident, or the solid fork, or Trident. Let's see if I can. The front left stepper is Z, the rear one is Z1, and the front right is Z2. I mean, there's no reason for us not to leave it upright at this point, so let's leave it upright. Let's go back here. So now we're stepping through, we're taking a lot of time to step through the config, hoping that it just works when we're done, right? With minimal tweaks. So the rest of these settings, I don't think we need to change. So we're gonna save this. Directory does not exist. Directory does not exist. This is fun. This is fun. Why doesn't the directory exist? /home/mks/ /home/mks. Why is it doing /home/ oh. Oh. This is part of the image, isn't it? This is part of the need to restart. Yeah, this is isn't this where? Yeah, all of these are here. The username is MKS. It should be home MKS clipper config. Yeah. But what, did I do anything different that's causing this? I'm going to copy this little bit of code and paste it into my local copy so I don't have to redo this. Let me do this real quick. And save that, so I don't have to redo it if we... It's trying to write to clipper instead of clipper config 120. Why? Config folder in between is missing, but why? I've generated all of this within the interface. It saved it. It did save it. But it gives me an error, but it did save it. I closed it and opened it back up. Let me just reboot, just for fun. Yes. Fluid is fine with nested folders. I blame. Yeah, I don't know where the particular issue is. But let's see if it's still saved. Oh, now we've rebooted, so all of this stuff is going to be weird. Home, MKS, Clipper config, macros. I didn't save any of the macros. So let's go and save all of the macros that I'm going to need just so we get rid of these kinds of errors. So let's go to config, macros, and let me download all of these real quick that I didn't download before. New folder, macros, all lowercase. Let's save that. 900. Save. Preheat. Save. Print end. Save. Print start. Save. And set PA. Save. So all of those are copied. Let's go to the configuration and let's create a directory called macros. And it just showed up, so that's good. And then let's upload all those macros files. Welcome back, Derek. And let's restart Clipper. What did you miss so far? Just stumbling through configs. Options serial in section MCU must be specified. So let's go do that. That is, what config is that in? Is that in printer config? No, it's build specific. It's in the build specific file. MCU, here we are. So let's MKS printer, let's just grab it from here. So serial and restart method command. Let's grab that from the old file and under build specific, we paste it right there and save and restart. Option aliases in section board pins must have 2 elements. What does that mean? Aliases must have 2 elements. How does this file supposed to end? Because I had to edit this file. Let me look at one of the other examples. Let's go to the octopus. How does this end? No, it ends just like that. So what is wrong with this, with that file? Yep, there's a missing comma right there. All of these should have commas, right? There's a few missing commas. Okay, save and restart. Option variables max bed y and section G code macro user variables is not a valid literal. Yeah, trailing commas were passed. Variable max bed Y in section G code macro. Do you know where that is, Yuri? Delete that. Where do I get that? What file is that in? BTTBQ has another flash sale running. Picos are now 31 each. Nice. Option variable max bed Y in section G code macro user variables. Is that in here at all? Does search work on files? I don't know. Let's find out. Variable max. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Clicky or Z calibrate more likely. Let's look. Variable max bed. Aha! Fix me. Fix me. 120. See, that's when I don't follow the instructions. Hey Nuno. Are there any other fix me's in here? Doesn't look like it. Variable saves Z. Save and restart. Let's see what the next error is. Option position end stop in section stepper Z must be specified. So let's go to config, stepper Z, and it says option position end stop. Stepper Z. Position end stop. Where is... Oh, is that in the... Is that not in here? Is that in the clicky config again? So much comment. In the stepper Z file. Was it in the stepper Z? Z position a nozzle to Z end stop. Position end stop. Line 19. Do you know what this is? One, okay. Position max. All builds use the same max Z, okay? Save and restart. Failed automated reset of MCU. Well, fine. Restart again. Pin, part fan pin is not a valid pin name. Part fan pin is not a valid pin name. Part fan pin. That'll be down here. Part fan pin is not in here. Should it be in here? Hot end part, hot end fan, hot end part cooling pin. this one here, this is defined differently somewhere. Is this one defined differently somewhere? Is that what's going on? Let's copy it just in case. Hot end part cooling pin. So pin part fan pin. And is that under config and fans? Yes. Is that this one? Hot end fan pin, part fan pin. So this one should be this. This is a crossword puzzle. So that, and I suspect we're gonna have to save that, fix that for the hot end fan pin too. And the electronics fan pin, let's save without a restart. Let's go back to the MKS printer. Oops, not that one. The MKS skipper. This is controller fan pin, not electronics. And then the other one is just hot end fan pin. I think that one was okay. So controller fan pin instead of electronics fan pin. Like that. And up here was hot end fan pin. Okay, save and restart. I hope this is useful. Just the stepping through things. We just have to step through. Oh, hey. Well, no more errors. No more errors. Ooh, okay. Woohoo. Let's go through our typical, and I'm gonna move the bed a little further out of the way, just so I've got plenty of room to cancel something. No errors. There we go. Success. Yes, first try. We are going to go to the Clipper documentation. And where is it? Let's go to Clipper docs. Documentation and config checks. Config checks. We're just gonna step through these. So I'm gonna start by checking all the steppers. So we're gonna do stepper buzz on all the steppers. So we're gonna grab the stepper buzz command and find our console here. Here's our console. And we're just gonna start with X. See what happens. Oh yeah, we've got more configuration to do. We're just doing basic functionality now. Start again. Clean compile does not equal correct operation. This is true. Okay, so we're gonna buzz X. I'm going to hit buzz X and see what happens. They are not buzzing. Oh, Clipper shut down. Clipper state shutdown. What happened? Unable to read TMC UART stepper X register. Use the underlying. I know why. I know why. Let's shut down the host. While this is all doing this, I'm sure somebody is going to guess why. But let's give it a second to see if you can guess why. I think I've got a good idea. I'm pretty sure I know why. So that should be all shut down. So let's shut that off and unplug it. I forget to plug in the steppers. No. But I've got a very good idea what is going on. And I think I'm gonna want to, yeah. You got it. You got it. Move this stuff out of the way. Let me go get my step stool. I'll be right back. Yeah, I did not put any of the jumpers in. So we should be able to, before we go here, we go back to the, is there a, I didn't set it to UART. The jumpers underneath the steppers for UART. Let's go look at their wiki. See if there's anything here that's different. I think it's the same thing. I don't think there's anything special here. These jumpers here, I did not set. So I need to figure out where, it's gonna be the same, but I thought I saw a diagram for those jumpers, but I could be mistaken. Speed camera drive jumpers. There we are. These are the, this is what I'm missing. So TMC 2209 normal mode, but we're gonna come down here to UART mode. TMC drives the UART mode jumper. So I need to put a jumper in each one I'm using in that spot. And I'm pretty sure they're not there right now. So I've got a baggie of jumpers. We need to go back there because that's important. And then we can do this. So we're unplugged. And I gotta navigate around all my wires here. But hopefully, yeah, see, there is nothing there. So second one over on the green, so right there. Let's see. This one is, some of these are tight because the way I have the wires. There. Might as well just do them. Make sure I get the polarity of the jumpers right. I'm trying. I'm making sure they are in there in a consistent orientation, the correct polarity, so to speak. You know me. You know me, it's important. Okay, now we can put all these back. Out of the way. Okay. Oopsie. Black is negative, green is ground, don't mix it up. Oh, I forgot to mention I was engaging Erie mode. Okay, power on. Those heat sinks are the wrong blue. I know. Aren't you missing the stepper? Don't you need 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, oh yeah, there's 6. It's a 7 stepper. Yeah, there's 6 there. Made me think for a second. We gotta get a picture together to show everyone what Erie mode means. Yes. Okay, let's go back to our interface and reconnect. We are still functioning. Raspberry, the Pi itself is a little warm. Did I put a heatsink on that? There is not. I'll probably want to put a heatsink on that at some point. But we can come down to the console and hit the up arrow to bring up the last command. So I don't have to repaste or retype that. And I think we can go here. Oh, what do we got? 3D experiments aren't all picos, 2209s. Oh yeah. Looks like a face. Yes, it does. Okay, I'm about to stepper buzz. Should be this one. Nope. It's this one. AX, yeah, that's BYAX, that's right. It's buzzing. I don't know if you can see it move. Maybe really carefully, or very small amount, but it buzzed. This is good. Now we're going to just repeat that for stepper Y. And stepper Y is buzzing. And then we're gonna do stepper Z, which should be this one, and the first move should be up. If the first move isn't up, then we'll reverse it. We'll reverse the direction. So the first move up, and it moved this stepper down, which means stepper Z they're plugged in wrong. I've got them plugged in wrong. And it's probably me with the printer upside down, not paying attention to what steppers should be where. So I'm assuming right now that these two are reversed. This should be Z1, so let's try that next. And it's going down first, so I'll have to reverse it. So I need to swap the connectors on the board for these two. And so far, I need to reverse the direction on both of them. So now this one will end up being Z2. And it's also reverse direction on all 3, swap the connectors for these 2. Oh, first direction should be down. I'm getting that mixed up, huh, Nathan? It's in the positive direction, which is down. Sorry. My bad. My bad. Reverse that. The real statement should be the first move should be in the positive direction. Whatever you want positive direction to be. So positive Z is moving down. I got that mixed up. And while we're here, let's step the extruder. So I'm just going to open up, and I don't think there's any way to get a visible. I'm going to have to shine a flashlight in there, I think, to see it. But we do the same thing, but here we're gonna do, instead of stepper Z or stepper something, it's just extruder. And that should be the extrude direction. Yep, and that was in the extrude direction. So the extruder is moving. The first move was in the extrude, not retract direction. So. Well, let's shut it down, swap those. Swap those stepper drivers. Does this have the worst build volume to printer volume ratio there is? It could be more efficient, John. It could be more efficient. So here at Y min, there's a good 25 millimeters of space. And I think that it's similar at the rear. Did I drug Charlie? No, he's been a tired cat lately. Okay, so this is shut down. And then engage Yuri mode. And swap stepper. What do we got here? X, Y, Z. Okay, so this is Z. These two. Oh, I hope it reaches. If it doesn't reach, I guess I could do the whole change them in the config. I'm gonna change them in the config because my wires won't reach. So really I could swap these two, but I cut my wire too short. It doesn't effectively reach over here. And this is just it being flipped up, flipped my brain wrong, and I didn't think about it. I didn't think about it long enough. So in the config, we're gonna fix this. In the config, we're gonna fix that. So let's plug it in and power it back on. Yes, it's intentional, not super efficient. I didn't want to be space constrained for people to experiment. That was my complaint with V0. It was too efficient. Yeah, it's not a knock. It could be more efficient, but it has space to play. Has room to play. Okay, we gotta go back over here. Yes, this matters. This matters for Z-tilt. Now we could probably rearrange all of those numbers and stuff, but I don't, it's not, that's not advised. Let's just change the pins. So, hi Tiger. So let's go to the configuration. Let's go to this MKS skipper config. So this is the pin aliases. And really all we should have to do is change this. So this is the Z stepper. So we're gonna change this to Z2 stepper. And we're gonna change this to 2 and 2 and 2 and 2. And then down here on Z2 stepper, we're gonna get rid of the 2s. There we go, all fixed, right? I hope I didn't screw that up, but I think that's right. That'll work. Save and restart. back to our main page, and we should be able to stepper Z. So we're going to buzz stepper Z, and it should be this one now. Yep. Fixing and config is the correct lazy way to fix it, absolutely. And stepper, oops, Z2 should now be this one. Yep. One of the advantages to the extra space here is a room to change things with it without changing the frame too. So that's always a challenge, has been a challenge with the other printers, is making sure any changes fit within the existing parts that are most difficult to change, right? They're out of order in the file now. Yes. That's okay. Let's see. Do the part fans turn on? No. Why not? Why not? Well, the heater turn on, so those aren't turning on, so we got to figure out why. But so we can, oops, I've been in here. So let's back up. I was gonna try checking fans, but let's keep mechanics. Motion system, let's check motion system. So where is the end stop query in fluid? Is there an end stop query? G-code preview. Is there an end stop query in fluid? Just in the interface? End stops, here we are, under tune. So if we query these, we have X, Y, and Z are open. So if I trigger X and query, X is triggered, yay. Let's trigger Y and query, Y is triggered, cool. And then I have, let's go Z. Now the probe isn't set up. Let's trigger that, that's triggered. Now, why isn't the probe showing? I'm not sure why. Let's go look at the config. So X, Y, and Z triggered. Is it in clicky config? There's a probe? No, it wouldn't be here. Let's look at the config here first. There is a probe pin, PB14. But is there is it in printer config? Is there a probe configuration? There's probe config, okay. So let's go to config and probe config, and pin is probe pin. Yeah, that all should be fine. It's not in the UI? Oh, okay. It is in the UI for mainsail. And I just query probe. Probe is open. So let's click it and query probe. Probe is triggered. Cool. Okay. I'll have to remember that it doesn't show that. Now let's check homing. Let's home X. Home just X. And I'm going to get my hand in here and manually trigger the end stop if it doesn't go the direction I want. Oh, it moved in the right direction. My finger was in the way, so it triggered. So it's home X. Awesome. Okay, my hand back here, but ready to get out of the way of the Y. Home Y. Oh, so Y moved forward when I tried to home Y. So this is going to be just like any other Voron. And if we go to docs.vorondesign.com, and I think we go to the build and initial startup. And down here, we will have diagrams. The homing checks. So motor configuration guide, let's just use the V0. Close enough. If it homes in the correct direction for X, but homes forward for Y, it means that our steppers are swapped. And I need to swap X and Y on the board. You get that? So when I hit home, it went in the correct direction for X, but when I hit home for Y, it went in the opposite direction. And that falls under this category that just the steppers are swapped. I always use this cheat sheet. So let's go back to the host and shut it down because we can't swap steppers with the power on. We got to turn the power off. So powering that off, and we're going to go back over here. We are 3.5 hours in. We are on track to print today. Have to lay my feverish head on the pillow. Uh-oh. Hope you feel better, Andres. See ya. Okay. So I just have to swap these two stepper connectors. So Gary mode engaged. Oh, extra Uri mode. Yeah, let's go extra. This one, X, and Y. Swap, and swap. There we go. Can't even tell I did anything. Yes, the Morad in the motor were wrong. Oh, yeah, I'm pretty pleased. It's comfortable. It's not too heavy. It's not really any bigger than my Garmin. So big watch didn't bother me. All right. Yeah, flashing banner, you're not engaged. Okay, let's go back here. Reconnect. Okay, everything's still working. Go back here and go to the middle of the page and be ready to trigger. I'm gonna keep my hand out of the way. Home X. X is homing. Hey, 3DP Memch. What's my pulse while building? I don't know. What are we at right now? Let's see. Current is coming up. My pulse while building, 78. You know, the thing that got me is actually, really it's the extra button. So lap counting and stuff while running. And the big screen. I mean, big screen is nice. Big bright screen. The extruder connector, oh, it does look a little off, doesn't it? There, I pushed it all the way in. Thank you. Hoity. Okay. We are homed X. So now we home Y. Awesome. So X and Y are homed. Chill build. Yes, we need to have chill. So now I want to check to see where the safe home is. Where do those get defined, Gary, in your config files? If we go to the config files and config here, the homing is it all in? Hey, pushing plastic. See you 3D experiments. In the clicky config file. Is that in that's in here? Where was that? Clicky. Dock location, Z end stop X and Y. Okay, so we need to determine where that is. So let's find out. Let's move this. Let's move X by 10 millimeters. I mean, honestly, we could take a ruler here, assuming this is 0. But we'd want to assume, we don't want to assume that. Let's go over. Eyeball it. I'm gonna move the bed up so I can more accurately. We got this sex bolt end stop, so we have a lot of leeway here. And then Y. And I'm just moving this with the console to where it's somewhere around center. That will definitely hit it. And we are at X60, X61. That seems weird. That's way off. That says X61 and Y97. That's X61 and Y97. That does not make any sense at all. Let's see where 0 is. Where is 0? G0X0. Let's find out. Oh, well. Let's hit the Y. Let's go Y0 first. Let's see where Y0 is. G0, Y0. Oh, wow. Okay. That is completely wrong. Y0 is about not anywhere close. So we need to change our end stop positions. So good call, Poity. Good call. Let's look at the stepper configurations. Let's go through all the little things. We're just kind of following the trail. So let's go to config and stepper, let's just go stepper X. So let's look at this. So full steps per rotation is 200. These are 1.8 degree steppers. Homing speed is fine. We can tweak that later. Rotation distance is 40. Everything here looks okay. This is 120, or it's 150 millimeter Z, I think. I don't think these are 0.9 steppers. These are the new, and I say that in quotes because they're not really that new. Let me see if I can read the model number on them. 1.8 degree, they say right on them. 1.8 degree steppers. Okay, so that is correct. This is all in our position end stops. This is where all of our stuff is in the position end stop. Do we know where those are configured? Here we are. Here's our position end stop stuff. So position end stop should be much bigger than 120. Yeah. Let's do some estimates, some measurements. Where'd my ruler go? I was gonna just, our end stop position. Let's turn off the steppers. Let's do some, like I said, Y is where our thing is. Where's the disable steppers button? Is there a disabled steppers button here somewhere? What's the command? Is it M84? Is that right? Yeah, okay. So from 0, which is the Y, it's about 190 millimeters. About 190 millimeters. Let's see how that checks out in CAD. Info. From that surface to, let's go right there, that surface. 191. $190 is what I'm going to set that to. You said there was above the XYZ coordinates was oh, there's motors off. Thank you. Okay, I see it. So let's go to here and the 120 millimeter config, and I want my position end stop for Y at 190. And I think this has to change to 192 because it can't be smaller. So save and restart. And now if we go back here and we home X, put the max travel at like 200, then move the tool head from the end stop position to the corner of the bed and you'll have a more correct value. Correct. And now if we home Y, it stopped before no trigger after a full movement. Okay. That means that it's going to be the full from the very front, because this could potentially be, so this could potentially be further forward from the bed by like 10 or more millimeters. So I really want this full length that it could go. Which is really like, I mean, like you said, let's go 200. This will be good. Yuri can use all these values in the default config for you 220 build folks. Save and restart. Okay, let's go back to home X. So a random question, what is the default value that is used to calculate the X and Y values for end stops? What is the default value that is used to calculate the X and Y values for end stops? There aren't a default value. Now we're homing Y. What in the world? No trigger on Y after full movement, but I set 200 as the full movement. Yeah, position min I'm gonna end up setting, Nathan. That's where I'm heading with this, is setting a 0 point that's the actual corner of the bed and the negative coordinates of the position min to where actual travel can happen. So why did that trigger? If we go here, we go to 120. I mean, let's just set this high. 210 on Y and save and restart. Because this should be able to home from the front of the bed at that point. Okay, maybe the default coordinates. There are, I mean, it uses the end stop to define that, Danny. It's home X, home Y. Why is it stopping? Why is it not, what value am I missing? It's stopping shy of the, and it's not more than 210 millimeters back there, and it's only traveling like 190. No trigger on Y after full movement. But what's a full movement? What other, is there a clicky value in here that's overriding it? Okay, let's do this. Let's put it in the corner here because it should home Y. Now I'm going to set this, I'm going to set my other ruler here at a reference point, and I'm going to move it 50 millimeters and confirm that we are okay with movement. So we're just going to move 50 millimeters this way, and it moved I think I know what's going on. I think I know what's going on. Okay, we move 50 millimeters. Let's see, what's a good reference point? The center of that pulley. Let's get a little bit of camera stuff going. What can I set this on? I'll just hold it. Reference point is the center of that pulley, and we're gonna move 50 millimeters. We move 40. We wanted to move 50, we move 40. Yeah, it's rotation distance. These are 16 millimeter pulleys in the back, right, Yuri? Yep. 16 millimeter pulleys. That's where the problem is. Yep. So let's go to config and config X, and rotation distance here is 32. And this is the beauty of the rotation distance setup. We know all we have to do is change that and we're done. Save. Close. And now we need to do that for Y. 32. It's 2 millimeter pitch belt. So 16 teeth, but 2 millimeters between the teeth means for a full rotation, it's 32. For a 20 tooth pulley, it would be 40. Save and restart. Okay, now we should be able to home. I want to move these up so I can get a better reference point. I'm not sure why a 16 tooth pulley was chosen. We're okay with the Y max right now, because here's what we're gonna do. We've got, it's like a 210 millimeter travel, but we know we're not there. So let's go here, and maybe I set this way, and we're gonna just home Y. Now we should be at, it says Y is 120. Why does it say that in the interface? Y is 120, it shouldn't be. We set Y to 210. We set Y to 210. I mean, what I was going to do now is now move this . Yeah, that's out of range. Is that file included in printer config? Let's find out. Let's make sure I'd set that correct. Printer config. We include 120 config. Is there another file that's overriding that? Yeah, it's probably the clicky file, huh? Let's go to clicky. Variable max bed, Y. Let's change these. The X is probably fine, but I think it's this clicky variable that's causing me issues. So let's save and restart again. Now if we home Y, Y position is Y120. I switched the motors, but only the definitions, Low-Tech Greg. All of this is all fine. You missing the folder path? No. We're only messing with Y. Right now. There's an extra setting in the printer config at the bottom that needs to be deleted. Okay, printer config. Oh. Can I just delete all of this? Let's just comment it. That's where it is. Okay, cool. Save and restart. Now I can do what I mean to do. Home Y. There we go, 210. Now I'm going to step this to the front of my bed and record that value. Okay, so we're gonna take this and we're gonna step it to the front of the bed. No, I went a little too far. Try to, right there. So this is where the nozzle is at the front of the bed. John, if you hold down Control and slash, it'll comment or uncomment. So I'm at 62 now for the, actually I wanna go to 0. I wanna see where this, first I wanna see where my actual end stop is. 62 is there, but I wanna actually go to where, see if 210 was the right number. I want to see what my actual end stop position is. It's right there. So it is, I'm at 48 millimeters. I'm at 48 millimeters on the reported. So it's 210 minus 48. So what, 172? $162. So 162. So now let's go in and go back to our config and go to our 120 config here and 162. 162 is where our 162. We're going to change this again, but let's save it and close. And now we have to go into Clicky and change that to 162. I don't know if that one has to be changed, but let's save and restart. And now if we come back to home, and we're gonna home Y. And now if we go G0Y0, it should go back and not hit the end of travel. If I turn the motors off and actually move this that extra little bit, will it home okay? Home Y. Yes. So now let's move it back to and see where 0 actually is. So that's 0. So now I'm gonna move the nozzle right there. So 14, so I want to change this. I want 14 from 162. Yes, so now I'm going to set a position min. So if we go here and go to the 120 config and the stepper Y, we're gonna set position min minus 14, and then 162 minus 14, 148. So the position max should be 148 now, right? And the position end stop is 148, right? Did I do that right? If I save and restart. And you said the clicky might still want to be 120, and this is probably okay. 120, and save and restart. So let's see if this works out right. So let's move it to max Y. And I should be able to home Y now. Yes, so home Y. Now I can go G0Y0. So this should take me to the front of the bed, which it did. And I could, if I wanted to, go to G0Y minus 14. And it says move out of range. Why is minus 14 out of range? Shouldn't it still do I have the syntax wrong on that? Hi, Sean. Position min minus 14. That should work, right? Let's see if it'll go to minus, yeah, like you said, minus 13. No. Move out of range. I can go to 10 and it moves. I think we're still okay. I think we're still fine. I'll look for it. We've figured this out to this point. Now let's home X. So let's work on X. The max travel needs to be the full 162. Is it? Because you moved where you define the 0 is. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it. It's working for what we need to do, okay? Let's go to home X. Now, if we go, I want to go to G0X0, and it should just be min. So there is more than 120 millimeters. We have to do the same thing here. So we are, I might be able to just measure this difference because it's not much. It is 8 millimeters. 8 millimeters. So let's go in and change our config for X. So 120, so we are 8 millimeters off. So we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna say position min -8. And this should be 120 and 120, right? Is that right? Mks. No, your legacy is in the phase. It's not throwing any errors and doing initial checks now. Awesome. The 128 does sound right, but G0X0. Okay. Yeah. Position min 0. No, I want it to be, because it's 8 millimeters over. Hey, Joltman. You want to have position 0 to be front left, so min 0 and max whatever it misses. Oh. Okay, you're right. So we go here, and this can be just 0 and 28. It doesn't really matter, right? Save and restart. It is 128 millimeters from the, but it's also not hitting it. It's also not hitting it. That's where the thing is. So now if we go here and home X, and now go to 0, yeah, now we're at 0. Okay. We're probably 1 millimeter over from 0, so let's change that to 127. Save. See ya, Christian. Now we can get back where we started, and home X and home Y, and now we can move it over to find the coordinates of that Z end stop. And we're just stepping it through, and I'm going to fine tune this. Right there, and right there. So we're gonna use these as our coordinates for the Z end stop. So it should be 80, 130. 80, 130, and that looks reasonable now. So Z end stop, variable Z end stop X is 80 and Y is 130. Save. Now there is no longer a safe Z home. So I think this is, let's save and restart. Now I'm going to physically move the bed out of the way. And I'm going to home all now. So this will be the first home all. And I'm going to manually trigger this Z end stop. It's going in the right spot. Okay, so I see that it lined up. It triggered when I triggered it. Now we're going to do a real home all. Awesome. Okay, now we need to know where the dock is for Clicky. So we can do a test a Z-tilt, right? So let's just move the tool head into position of where the dock is. I'm gonna move it out of the way first. And then I'm gonna line it up in the, oh, that's about right. And then I'm going to move it back into position. Does it go any further back? I'm just manually moving it 1 millimeter now until the dock is in a relaxed point, but attached to the probe. So right there, and right about there. So that should be the coordinates for the dock position. Emmanuel, thank you for becoming a member. So 14,134. So 14,134, X14, Y134 is where we're gonna set our 14,134. So clicky config and our dock position, dock location X, 14. And Y is 134. And I think we're good, right? Save and restart. See you, Nathan. Thank you. When you were working on the Trident, what was your biggest challenge? I've been working on my own printer design, some might know it here, Pandora, and would like some experience insight. What was the biggest challenge? Probably translating, like, technically working to printability and appearance, aesthetics. Then it's just iterating on ideas till things work, right? So the whole Z setup, given all of the criteria that we had and goals, I think we're still on track to get it printing. We're only almost 4.5 hours in. We are at a point where I think, let's move this out of the way. I think we can try a Z-tilt and just see what happens. So I'm gonna home all. Oh, thanks for gifting memberships, Emmanuel. I hope I'm saying that close to correctly. See ya, Alex. Okay, so it homed, and now I'm gonna do a Z-tilt adjust. Hey, hey, hey. Check it out. I need to show you how we did Z. Yeah, absolutely. Send it to me. I'd be interested. I still want to build one at some point. Okay, fine. So it didn't it didn't dock. So I've got my my values off. So I didn't pay enough attention to know it did the thing though. I'm happy. I didn't get it lined up enough to dock the probe. So where did I miss? Let's do a, where do we grab the probe? Which one is that? Attach probe. And then dock probe. Huh, that's weird. Where is it missing is the question. It's moving too fast. Attach probe. I think the probe is too low. I think the probe is hitting here. One way to check this is let's turn motors off and then let's try this angle. If we change glasses and move this in, where is it hitting? Well, if I have it correct, then it does go on. So what's probably happening is I'm slightly off. So let's home the whole thing. Where are we at? You might need to go further back on Y to really grab it. I think I'm okay on Y, but what I want to do is move this around and I want to watch it grab it at the coordinates I set. So let's move this forward. And then I want to go X. I'm going to go G0X14 is what I had set for X. And now I want to move back on Y. I want to see if this is the correct, get a little better view on if, yeah, I'm too far. Here, let's go back and dock it and then go up. Yeah. So it should actually be like X13. Yeah, I think it should be X13. So let's try that. Screw this, I'm out of here. Go back in here. This is just the iteration, right? Iterate. Work each little problem, step through it. Dock location was 14. I think it needs to be 13. Save and restart. Let's move this out of the way. I don't think it was pushing the arm down until I went over travel there, Troy. So now, I don't know if this is, or maybe this. Let's home all. Charlie is sleeping like crazy. And now we are going to attach the probe. It grabbed it. Now we're gonna dock the probe. There we go. That was the difference. So attach the probe and dock the probe. Awesome. Attach. Dock. Cool. Okay. Motion system done. Motion system done. Heaters. Let's see what's going on with my fans, because I'm not sure they were working. So let's just do a real simple heat the extruder to 50. Not enough to matter. Our hot end fan turned on. Cool. Now our part fans did not turn on when I set them, when I told them to. PF Dennis, thanks for gifting the memberships. Can I buy a membership while having a gifted one? I don't know. I have no idea. You can try it. Welcome all the new members. Heaters and snack. Yeah, good idea, Kyle. A little snack would not be bad. Let's turn the part fan on. They are not turning on. Why are the part fans not turning on? They are not turning on. Part fans are not turning on. Let's shut it down and confirm where I have them plugged in. Let's shut down the printer. What pins do you have the part fans wired up to? That's what I'm going to confirm. We're going to look at, oh, it didn't shut it down. Yes. Check min temp, but the part cooling fans are what I'm worried about. The hot end fan is working fine. The hot end fan turned on when it needed to. It's the part cooling fans. It's the two on the side. So I just turned it off. And now we are going to take a look. Actually, you guys get such a better view doing this. That camera's so good. Plus it gives me an excuse to engage Yuri mode. Okay, where are the fans? Let's consult my handy dandy rear panel reference guide. And the fans are fan 0, fan 1. So fan 0 is PA2, and that should be the part fan. Yep. And the hot end fan is on fan 1, which is PA1. That's how they're hooked up right now. And they both appear to be plugged in all the way. And we were getting constant power to the controller fans because I have them in a constant port. It actually needs to move over here to a controlled port. Although full power wasn't bad on those. I could barely hear them. So we should have PA2 is part fan and PA1 is hot end fan. So what do we got? Still a ton of config. Oh yeah. Is Chris out of here? See ya, Chris. Hope I didn't miss ya. Save the remainder of the work time distractions. Okay. Power back on and check the config. Will Mini SP support other extruders like Orbiter, or is that just a personal custom mod? It's a custom mod. It's not. Curios on the on the Discord on the crew did that for me. Voltage jumpers correct. The jumpers, I believe, are set for all. Yeah, they're all 24 volt. And they're not set for all. They're set individually. They are set individually, and they are all set to 24 volt. And all of the fans are 24 volt. They do, it does have voltage jumpers individually. Okay, so this is back up and running. So let's go in here and reconnect. They do matter because it's oh, well, technically you're right, Bob, because I'm not taking voltage from those pins. I'm not taking, except for the controller fans. The controller fans I am, but the other ones I'm not, so you're correct. Let's go in here, and then the pin alias. So the where are the fan definitions? I thought there was one in here. Controller fan, but where's the definition for the other fans? I thought they were in here. Hot end, here it is. Hot end fan pin. Hot end fan pin is PA1. Yes. Ah, that's where the problem is. PA2 is this one. That's where the problem is. So that's good. This one should be PA2, and the controller fan should be PA0. That's where the mess up is. PA0 is fan 2, which is the controller fans. Fan 1 is PA1, which is the hot end fan, and fan 0 is PA2, which is the part cooling fan. So I think this will work as soon as I restart. Save and restart. And I think you guys have caught up. You guys caught that at the same time I did. I had things switched around in the definitions. So now if I turn this to let's just go 50C, we get the hot end coming up. And part cooling fan. Are we ready? Woohoo! Both sides are running. We're good. And the electronics fans are not moving. Let me look at the configuration for that. I'm feeling Charlie's vibes today. He is an unprecedented amount of chill. Okay, all the fans, those fans are working. Now I imagine as soon as I home, and activate the controller, I don't know if you'll even be able to see them, but these guys should turn on. So let's home it. No, they're not. They're not turning on. Do they only turn on with the bed? Let's see what the configuration is. Let's see what the configuration on those are. I made an assumption. I guessed what there was. So let's go to the config and fans. So the electronics, and this is just a fan generic. I'm gonna change this because I want that fan on all the time. So we're gonna call this a heater fan. Hey, Eclipse. We're gonna leave the pin there, and I think the rest of this, can be used. And we're gonna go heater temp 10. It never hits 10, so it'll be always on. And let's just run it at full speed right now. So now it should come on as soon as this thing restarts. There we go. I don't know if you can actually see that, but they started up and ran. Ronald, did you use a CO2 laser? If you're talking about for the this engraving, I used a diode laser. Didn't you move the controller fan on the board? Right, but there's nothing in the config to actually turn it on. It's just defined. The pin is defined. You could manually turn it on. I could have gone into the interface now that I think about it and turned it on, but I want those to just run all the time. Now they are a little whiny, only from what I can hear. So I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna try, because I think we just need airflow. Oops, config and fans. And I'm gonna change this fan speed to 0. Let's try 6. And save and restart. I want it on all the time. It's cooling the controller, which includes the SOC or SBC or whatever. The print start macros turn on those fans in the default config. That's why they were set as generic fan. So I need to change that because I don't want it to do anything with that fan. So if I go back here and go to and those are much less whiny now. They're still running, but they're not whining. I can barely hear them. If I go to print start, and there's probably a set fan speed, and I'm just going to comment out this line because I don't need it. The laser edge cover has more, it does, because it's that same image. So I'm gonna comment this out because I don't want it to control that fan. I just want it on all the time. PID tunes. That means we're getting close. Oh, there's one in print end. Ah, thank you. There. Save and restart again. Yeah, Morat. And this is the exact image I used to generate the etch. I just took it into Adobe and made it black and white. Okay, back to our Clipper start stuff. And we are at PID calibrate. PID calibrate. And did anybody confirm the thermistor on the Fabreeko Honey Badger bed heaters. Charlie is so out. Okay, so I want to do this at, we're gonna do PLA mostly on this for right now. So I'm just gonna put 210. And while that's PID tuning, I am going to treat you to a little bit of RCF dancing, and I'm gonna get a granola bar. A 3950. PT1000. I don't think they put a PT1000 in this. Okay. How are we doing on that PID tune? It's doing good. Fan is running. PID is running. Oh, it finished. Awesome. So let's save config. So part of the problem with splitting configs like this is things like this. It doesn't have those values defined in the printer config. Eclipse, thanks for becoming a member. Oh, it has a 104 GT in there? Who said it had the 3950? Connor? Did you really just do a 100-mile bike ride while I was doing this? Okay, how do we fix this? Let's go over and look at the configs. Because I think this is mostly to do with this printer config not having the stuff it needs. Can we fake it? What does that all usually look like? Let's go to B0 blue. Let's fake it. Let's go to my printer config. This is one of my fluid machines, so I figured I'd grab it. And go all the way to the bottom and grab this little thing, save config. Now, that's really weird. Let's copy this and go back here and paste it here. And that's only the bed, so why don't I have, let's go to my other fluid, another fluid machine. I'm gonna have to change my thermistor definition, but let's go to configuration and printer. It's complaining about not being able to save the save config isn't working because the files, what it's trying to save doesn't exist in the printer config. So we can kind of, I think we can trick it. We can kind of fake it by grabbing that. Yeah, I just wanted this little section here just to make sure I had it right. We can, this little section at the end of printer config, it's missing. You can see. So if we save this, but now we have to go over to wherever the extruder is defined. Where is that? Stepper E. And, or where is the PID stuff? Where's the PID stuff saved in these configs? Yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. I'm gonna comment it out. Where's the, oh, there it is, right in front of my face. So now these need to be commented out. And the same with the, so let's save and close. And now the bed. What is this, heater? This is the heater bed. So the same thing here for the bed. Now, you folks gave me the correct sensor type here, so let me just type that because I don't trust copying and pasting from YouTube anymore. See, Semitech 104 GT-2. All of those. Let's save. And I think we can save and restart at this point. That's the problem with splitting these files out that I found before, is in certain scenarios like this, your Clipper can't save those, the save config doesn't work right. And I don't want to have to redo that PID tune. So I'm gonna go over here and grab these parameters and copy that, which means we're gonna have to do a firmware restart again, and go to printer config and scroll down here to our things, and I'm gonna paste this as a reference, but extruder is going to be 38.633.633 and 7.805 and 37.809. And now this line can get deleted. And now save and restart. What's the difference between the Fabreeko edge-to-edge bed heaters and Honey Badger? Are they the same? Anywhere the Clipper can auto-update settings, they really need to stay in the main printer config. Yep. But you can, doing this, pasting those in should kickstart that. So now we can PID tune the bed. So we got a PID calibrate. And I'm gonna go to, had more luck at 70 with PLA than others. So let's PID tune the bed and let's see if it actually heats up. Because I haven't actually checked. Yep, it's warming up. Derek, $10, thank you. Thanks for not copying and pasting from chat. I slowly learned my lesson. Oh, we don't have a Charlie there anymore. Okay. Where did he go? Oh, aha. There he is. How long is this heating up? It is at, it's getting there. We are very close, Dark Neutrino. We are very close. We are on the home stretch of laying down plastic at right at 5 hours. While that is PID tuning, that is taking a bit of time to heat up, but it's heating up. I wanted to check Charlie is at a working state. Yep. I wanted to check to see what the bed power is set to on this. So I think we go to config and heater. And we are doing max power of 0.6. 1. It is a DC low wattage bed. It needs to be 100%. That interrupted my PID tune, but that's okay. Clipper not connected. Restart clipper. Probably screwed it up by doing that, but that's okay. It is having a hard time. Cannot connect MCU. Why not? I didn't mean to anger it. There we go. Now I think you can do a PID tune warm, right? I'm gonna do it anyway. But I bet you see a much steeper temperature curve there. Oh yeah. Much better. So it is still a good idea to reduce the power on the big printers, the big AC heaters. But these little DC heaters, you can set them to 100%. Does it go to 11? No, unfortunately. Why reduce them on the big printers? Because you only need, what is it, 0.4 watts per cubic centimeter or something like that? And the power that those heaters are much higher than that. They still heat up plenty fast. The theory is it could warp the bed. I'm not 100% on that, but it's a good general advice. You coming up here, Charlie? There you go. I can switch over to this camera. It's doing its cycling. I think it's whole bed, but that's a good question. PID tune. What color are we going to print first? What color should we print first? Purple? I got a purple. Got a purple. Red, so it goes faster. The green slime glitter is a nice print, a nice color. We'll go with this purple. Print those blue heat sinks to match the printer. Charlie's breaking it in. And we'll find out if this, if our little kickstart lets us save config on this. Charlie Brown. Speaking of heat sinks, I still need one on the Pi. I do. It's at 60C, almost 60C, 57, 59. Oh, it does cycle. I wonder if it's throttling. What's this thick orange cable into the printer? It's the network printer. Network cable, because the some combination of maybe USB Wi-Fi card quality or signal quality in my garage, it wasn't working for us. So we spent a good hour just trying to get things going at the start of the stream. Yes. Did that finish yet? No, it's still working on it. Charlie has gotten all of the rest today, so. But yeah, aside from that, and I actually appreciate going through. I hope that going through all these config files, and remember that word of the day is includes. I think that probably, for at least some, helped figure out how these things work and interact. I hope. I'm glad to have done that. It's different from how we usually set them up. And it kind of showcases some flexibility there. Oh, doing his business. So hopefully that was good time spent. it is done. So let's find out what happens when we try to save config now. So we should be 66, 2, and 443. Save config. There we go. So it worked. 66, 2.5, and 443. If we go into the printer config, nope. Why is that? Are we in the right? What am I? I'm in the wrong. There we go. This printer config. 66, 2, 443. Yep. Let me let Charlie out. So there's a cycle here. There's nap, litter box, food. Nap, litter box, food. I mean, it's the same as everybody, right? Nap, litter box, food. How to second guess Kevin O'Connor in 2 easy steps? What? I'm not second guessing. Oh. Z offset. So let's preheat this to some typical. Let's preheat it. I like to do my Z offset at temperature. We are almost there, Zombie Hedgehog. We are doing Z offset now. We have PID tuned. We have not E steps calibrated or set up a slicer profile. While this is getting up to temperature, I want to see what the print start macros look like. Not print end. I meant print start. So what does it have it do? So set the hot end to a no ooze temp. Variable bed temp, hot end temp. Are these variables I want to set, Yuri? Don't start the E-steps conversation with Zombie Hedgehog. We are just going to do the extrude filament method to start here. That's all as far as we're going to get on stream. These end up coming from the slicer. Okay. So I should just be able to call the print start and let it go. We'll just go with it. Okay. Print start, bed, first layer temperature, hot end. Okay. Hey Yuri, can you send that to me in Discord? I'm very gun shy and copying pasting from YouTube chat. Can you message me that on Discord? And I'll paste that I'll grab it. Thank you. Let's go back here. Where are we at? We are at temperature. We are going to home all. Uh-oh. I went too long without that camera, I guess. Come on. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. I didn't do that. I clicked the button for the camera that's sitting on the, that's facing the, I hit that button. I meant to hit that button. I have no idea, Ronald. I've had it bite me a few times where copying and pasting from YouTube has injected weird characters into it that you don't see or something. Okay, that is homed. Now we are going to Z tilt adjust. It is retrying. There it goes. Yes, problem was me. So after this build series, which we're going to finish today, we're done. Assuming this pushes plastic and put some layers down. I want to follow up with some more playing around with that controller and maybe start from a fresh image. I'll save all my configuration stuff, but start from a fresh image and see what it looks like. So, okay, let's move this to middle of the bed. Oh, does this have Z calibrate? Calibrate Z set up? Does this have calibrate Z set up? That's okay, Zombie. Not everybody can make the right decision on that. Well, it has a... What's going on? Is he okay?
Yeah, he's okay.
Okay. Where's the config? I thought I saw a Z calibrate config. I don't know, what is it? Z calibration? Z calibrate? Yeah, it doesn't know that. I didn't install the plugin, but does the print start macro use it? Bed mesh, attach. No, so I'm not going to set it up. I'm just going to do a typical Z offset. So anyway, I was looking for the Z auto calibrate I meant. So I'm going to go here to bed level and what is it? Manual leveling has the Z end stop calibrate. So that guy. No, auto Z. Okay, that's what I was looking for, was the auto Z stuff. I thought I had seen a config file for that when I was setting it up. But anyway, we're gonna do Z end stop calibrate. Oh, well, this is interesting. I've never seen this before. Wow. Hey, Gunnar. Am I here near the end? We've got a little while left. Calibrate Z was commented out in the print start macro. I must have skipped right over it. This is new. So I could just do that. Okay, that's neat. 1 millimeter is enough, it's not too far. I like this. Let me get a piece of paper. So I'm going to be hitting those buttons and then just watching for it to get close. Oh, went too far. Okay. Why is that hopping? Why is that? It's not allowing me to go. Oh, there we go. That's almost touching. Oh, that just trips me out because it's doing a hop, which I don't know that it used to do that. This is a neat feature. I like it. We're gonna go right there. Maybe one more. Yeah, that's probably pretty good right there. So we're in the interface of minus 0.325. So we're gonna accept that. And it's doing its, oh. And save config. Oh, and that is not in the file. So the Z end stop is 1.325. So let's go look at our file. I thought I had that there. Ah, I didn't. I was missing it. Position and stop. Let's grab that. And it should be 1.325. Was it minus or was it 1.325? Save and restart. What's your opinion on LZ offset with a sex bolt? I've not used it with a sex bolt. I've used it with just the standard and stop. And I mean, no matter what, I've had to do micro adjustments to get great first layers anyway. I haven't found a magic bullet or a magic config to just work. What was that value? 1.325 is what it says. So we should be good to go. Oh, it says here 1.325, not minus. Close. What are we? Oh, right here. Stepper Z position and stop. 1.325. Am I correct? Am I missing something? Yeah, so we ended up at minus 0.32 or 0.32, whatever. But the position end stop is the value that we care about here, this guy here. So, extruder settings. Let's put this back to keep it warmed up. Oh, yeah, let's do that. I need a little indicator when he's laying there. Like you said, just maybe something that turns the camera auto on and off. Let's set up some temporary filament setups. Let's just set this here, and then I need a PTFE tube. I can use something I already have. Seems a little long, but let's put this through that hole. And this guy at the front. And I think that all the way in. Oh, you know what is totally going to be wrong? This is this orbiter extruder. The orbiter extruder, I need to set this up. This extruder, the whole setup for the extruder. So is that under here under stepper E? And it has gearing. So where is there a GitHub? I think there's an orbiter GitHub. Robert Lorenz. Let's see. Orbiter projects. Let's go orbiter projects. Orbiter projects, v2.0. Features and performance. Firmware configuration. Basic configuration. Do we have Clipper? Here we go. I am not happy. Not happy about that. They are not using the full, they're faking it. They're faking it with a small rotation distance instead of using the full gear ratio. I hate that. Set it up the way it's intended to be set up to where it's intuitive and you know exactly what each value is supposed to be doing. Very irritating. Is the Orbiter 2.0 the same? It's not the same as the Galileo, huh? Yeah, it's so irritating that the people don't take the time to figure out what the proper configuration is for the firmware. It's granted, rotation distance is relatively new. Clipper used to have a similar, just inverse setup to most other firmwares. And I'm gonna go with it because I don't want to take a ton of time on this. So I'm gonna go with it and just keep this moving. So that is our rotation distance. So extruder, rotation distance, and here's Yuri's default config is exactly what I'm peeved about. You need to put in the gear ratio. Min extrude temp, that's fine. Extruder, all of that. 16 micro steps, that's fine. See, this gear ratio, should just leave it there. Then this, I mean, if you think about it, the gear ratio is 50 to 10. It's basically 5 times. What's the difference between these two values? Or what was the value here before? Pretty close. But that should get us in the ballpark. So. All the things are good. We need filament. I think I'm gonna go ahead and run it through the, let's just do it this way. Run it through this long PTFE tube. I'm just running this off to the side here. I gotta pull this out. There we go. Cali Cat in Yuri mode is first print. Maybe. Maybe, only because you said that. From some basic tests, it shouldn't matter what the firmware E-steps is because you're absolutely right, Zombie Hedgehog. All that you end up at the same point, but the configuration is more intuitive when you follow each step of it. The diameter of the actual drive gears is your rotation distance, right? And the gears that get to there, that ratio makes sense. You can, same with, I mean, you could theoretically adjust your extrusion multiplier in the slicer and make all of your adjustments there. You may end up with an extrusion ratio or whatever of 1.5 versus somewhere around 1.0 or 0.95 or whatever you typically are. But okay, I'm gonna heat up the extruder to a little higher than typical. Just put it up to 220. Tuppy Lee, what purple is that? I have not said. This I got as a, so the last time I placed an order from Sparta 3D, I ordered some of their new green sparkle ASA, I think it was, and a few other things that they had come out with, some of their ASAs. But I also did just bulk up the order. I ordered one of their mystery packs of PLA, and this was in it, and this is just their purple. Just purple PLA. But is Clipper's gear ratio math wrong? Can it be? Or is it just the way it's being entered? What was the name of the GitHub that walks you through turning? Yeah, Ellis. Yeah. I have not printed with any of the ASA yet. I have some, but I haven't printed with it. I'm contemplating, because I bought, is this ASA? No, this is ABS. Never mind. I think I bought their Sparkle Black, their Obsidian Black ASA. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, it is heated up. I'm gonna just extrude filament, see if it extrudes. It extrudes. Let's see if it makes it all the way through the filament path. Yeah, I agree, DJ Natty. It shouldn't be. If the math was wrong, there'd be a report, there'd be an issue posted about it. Oh, congratulations, by the way, Zombie, on your printables. Hey, first extruded plastic. Here we go. Get the extruded plastic. Extrude one more. Oh, that was my shin. That wasn't my toes, that was my shin. Okay, plastic is extruded. Now we're gonna mark. Where'd I put my, oh, there we are. And a little mark on the, I'm gonna put the collet clip back in here so I have a more stable surface to measure from. And then I'm just going to, here we go. Measure up 100 millimeters and place a mark. And the very bottom of the mark is exactly at 100. And that's what I aim for, is to measure to the bottom of the mark. Now we're gonna go in to the slicer here, and the extrude speed, we're gonna move this down to like 2 millimeters per second. And we're gonna extrude 50 millimeters. So very slow, because we're extruding, we're still pushing against the nozzle, but it's a relatively high temperature for PLA, and we're doing it slow. So it should get us close enough. So now extrude. This is all gonna get close enough to do a print. You can tune this stuff for hours. Okay. And we are at exactly, we are right there at 50. That is, I mean, I don't know if I can get any kind of a camera shot, but I don't know if it's gonna focus on that. That is right there. So if it was not, then you would take, and where's my handy dandy? You would do this. The new value should be the old value times what actually moved versus what you thought was supposed to move. And then you adjust that rotation distance number based on that. Okay. Right, you won't have to use your formula. Yes. So let's do a print. Let me take this back down to warm up speed, temps. Let's do a print. We have a few things to do to get a print going. What time is it? It's 3:30. It's 5.5 hours in. We want to print within the next little bit of time. So let's bring up Prusa Slicer. Do I have the latest version loaded here? I do not. Let's load it. This is probably going to ask me to load it. Download and install. Next. Next. It's installing the new version. Updating. While that's doing that, I'm gonna grab a little bit of rubbing alcohol and paper towel, clean off the bed. Welcome to the Prusa Slicer Setup Wizard. Next. 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 Install. Okay. Well, does it have to make changes? Yes. I've been having a lot of fun with the laser. Just using it to enhance this. I mean, this is just, I thought this was really, I thought this was cool. So the pin-out diagram for the board we're using on the bottom panel of the printer this printer has a bottom panel. This goes down there. But I used a 5-watt diode laser to do this. And this was just a first attempt. I didn't have multiple pieces of this ACM to try it on. So I just kind of did some tests on some wood and then just went for it. So just little things like that. And I can, with my 5-watt laser, I can cut out, not these ACM panels, but I can cut out acrylic, 3mm acrylic, just fully cut them, and 3mm ABS. So, and then I've done a little bit of etching or engraving on the acrylic, and it looks really cool. This is almost done installing. But they have some serious safety considerations. You want to make sure that you are adamant about eye protection and an enclosure if you can, and ventilation. I do need to engrave my logo. So speaking further on the laser, I've been having a ton of fun on it. So, and I've had a few companies reach out, just random companies reaching out about doing a laser review. So I did accept one of them. I don't know if it'll come pass, but I will be doing a special weekday stream if it comes, where we're gonna unbox it and overview it, but then it's just gonna be used in builds beyond that. So you can make your own calls on what you think of it, but it's a little more capable than what I have. So, facilitating a tool that I'm actually having a good time using. So I figure I might as well take advantage, right? So I won't be using a build stream. I'll be doing a weekday stream to do that. Yeah, I would not use a laser attachment for a printer. No, no, no. There's too many things, at least even with these simple diode laser, they're intended to be on a flat surface, close to the ground, close to the surface. On a printer, if it's up here and it goes off to the side of the build plate, what's it gonna reflect off of? So, I think it was the member stream number 2, which is public. I talked to, we went through, we set up that 5-watt diode laser that I have. And we talked a lot about safety in there. So, is that done installing? Yes, finish. Finish. Now is it gonna start up? This will be a 10-watt, but it's a nice 10-watt. Let's see. Okay, let me start it up and let's get... Oh, where'd you go? Oh, there we go. What brand do you suggest for CNC or laser? Well, those are two very different things. Some CNC cutter, there's a wide range of capabilities. I don't really have a brand. If you're looking for a project or you're looking for off the shelf, for lasers, it's the same thing. Your class of diode laser or a CO2 laser or a fiber laser. I hear good things in the CO2 realm. The Omtech. Omtech is a company that brings in the Chinese sourced ones, but with some quality control involved. I've heard good things about that. So that when I go for a CO2 laser, I'm probably going to be looking at Omtech. The diode lasers, there's quite a few, the X-Tool, the O-Tour, a lot of them out there that are putting extra attention into these. So, what is this? Don't send anything. Okay. Let's bring the slicer over. Yeah, Modbot is so Modbot, Daniel, is the one that sent me the 5 watt that I have. And he's been a tremendous source for my questions on laser stuff. Okay, let's go back here. Let's get a print going. Let's get a print going. So we have the new Prusa Slicer 2.5. And do I have anything here? Doesn't really matter. Oh, that's print settings. I want printers. Did I set up any of my V0s over here? Let's just grab one. It doesn't really matter. Let's grab a printer to base this off of. Printer settings. And I think we're gonna have to get rid of Charlie for a second. Yeah, I bought a license of Lightburn to use with these. And yes, Daniel works for Lightburn. Okay, max print height. You say it's 150? Go 150. And extruder's 1. All of this should be okay. Oops. Set the bed area. We're at 120 by 120. Okay. And our custom G code. This is where we're gonna grab the code that Yuri, where'd you go? Sent me. So you sent this to me. So let me copy and paste this. Chamber temperature. I don't think I have a chamber temperature. I don't think I need any of this. So just do that, right? Kelly Cat Yuri mode. Yes, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. And then I think we can just go print end. Am I missing anything there? Yuri, will that work? I just saved this, and we're gonna save this as solid fork. And our extruder, this all looks reasonable. Now, filament settings, we're gonna do a PLA 210, I wanna go 70. What is Yuri mode? Close. Oh, pause macro, that's right. So custom G code, we can come down here to where is it? Right here. Color change G code. Pause. And save it. Okay. Filament settings, and this is going to have some pressure advance value. That's probably pretty close. Cooling is 100% PLA. And then print settings. I think I have just a Voron PLA profile here. We don't need, oh, that's fine. Infill, sure. Let's look at speeds. Speeds are way too low. No, they're not bad, but we'll be able to go much higher on this, but we just want a test print. We want something that's gonna work, but in a reasonable amount of time. So let's do like 100, and small perimeters are okay. External perimeters, infill, 100. Solid infill, that's fine. But top solid infill will slow it down, okay? Travel 200, accelerations. Those all seem kind of high, but we'll go with it. Watch the little part fan coolers on the solid fork. Part fan coolers. when upping speed. Oh, okay. We'll see. So now we need to get a file. Let's go to printables and Calicat. Where's the regular Calicat file? Not all these remixes here. Can we go here and just go to remix from CalicoCat? There we go. Files. We got that and that, so let's download this. And it's there. Really good info here for controlling case fans on Clipper discourse group under controller fan using Raspberry Pi temp as input. Oh, that would be neat. That would be really neat. Where did you find that, Dave Kennedy? I would love to control the controller fans based on the Pi temperature rather than just having them all the time. Because that's what I care about under there is the Pi temperature. Okay, so we have this and we need Calicat now. So CalicoCat. Let's scale him. That just a little bigger. Now we're gonna turn off. Oh, and you can't even see this. There. Now turn off the scale factor. Yuri mode. There we go. Now we've engaged Yuri mode. Slice now. How long do we have? Prusa Slicer has encountered an error. What? Failed due to invalid custom G-code section. Start G-code. It doesn't like our start G-code, Yuri. Parsing error at line 1, variable does not exist. Print start, bed equals first layer bed temperature, first layer temperature. Something is not happy. Invalid data. We also have the Calicat needs some repair, so I'm gonna repair it. It's not a him, it's a her? Okay. You checked? Remove the chamber temperature. Yeah, we don't need chamber temperature. I was questioning that too, but I wasn't. Well, let's go over here and in the, this is very oddly, the way this scrolls is very, very odd. This is not needed. Is that the only thing that's causing us problems on that? Let's save it. Hey, James. See if it works now. That time it worked. I turned it off. That's what it was. I think it was the chamber temperature. Gee, Funny Money, welcome. And thank you for gifting memberships. Okay. Let's go to next step here because I don't often cover things in the slicer. We can set up here with this, add a physical printer. So we can send these files directly to the printer. So we're going to just call this salad fork. Again, I think it'll take that. And Octoprint style and Mks Pi. Is that right? The host name? mkspi.local. So if you do that, then we can test, and connection to Octoprint worked correctly. Say okay, and okay. Now, as long as you select the physical printer, then you can slice and send to printer with this button down here. And upload, and that should do it. So if we go to the printer now, and I think we are ready to print. We'll go over here to the jobs. You'll see the Kelly Cat here. Let's see. Ugh. Let's see if I can get a better camera angle here. Yeah, that'll work. Are we ready? Are we ready? Does the start macros, let me bring up the print start. Print start does temperatures, it does a home, it does a bed mesh, it does a detailed adjust. Okay, we should be good to go. We're gonna send it. See if I can get any taller. There we are. That's a little taller. I did wash the build plate. I wiped it down with Zombie Hedgehog, member for 5 months. Thank you. We're gonna go for it and see what errors we get. It is time. It is time to print. Print. It's homing. Now it's gonna Z-tilt. Hey, Steven. We're printing, or we're about to. Oh, I wiped it down with 99% IPA. I did not clee. The default config was dumb, so I left it. All this for a 120 millimeter bed. Yep, a mesh and everything. The default config had the calculated rotation value, not without any gear ratios or anything. So I just left it, and we did a extrusion multiplier calibration, a basic one. And I haven't set up the auto Z offset stuff. It's not in the default configs. So now it's doing, oh, that's something I didn't check. Yeah, so that's something we didn't go through. So we get to do that. And I think it's probably gonna show an error here. Yeah, we didn't set the bed mesh stuff. Forgot to do the bed mesh stuff, so we get to start over. We set the Z-tilt, but not the bed mesh. So let's go back into the calibration. And config, and on the 120, there is a bed mesh config here. So speed is fine, horizontal move is fine. So the mesh min X is going to be, like on the other one, I want to keep it closer to the edges for effectiveness. And since we have a 0 offset on Y for the probe, we should be okay here. So Xmin 10 and Ymin 25 puts the nozzle at 0 basically. So this is as close to the front of the bed as we can. And then where's the other? It doesn't have a, where's the grid set up? Is it under, where's the grid set up, Yuri? So the max, this is where the error came in. 130, 125 is outside of what we can probe. So we're gonna go 110, which is 10 shy of the 120 max on the bed. And then we're gonna go, I think I did 90 on the Y. I want 25 minus 120. So I mean, 95 would be fine, but I want a little bit of space in the back. And relative reference index, is this a 3x3? It defaults to 3x3, so relative reference index, because we took the Z offset point in the middle of the bed, it should be 4. So it should be 4, because it starts at 0. So 4 is correct. So let's save here. Directors does not exist. We've got this problem again. But I think it still saved it. If we close that and open the bed mesh, I think those values still got saved. So now we are going to firmware restart and go again. 3x3 is more than enough, absolutely. Sure you want to restart, oops. It defaults to 3x3, I see, that makes sense. You cannot define something in Clipper and it will define itself as the default, and all those defaults are identified at that clipper3d.org site. Get our preheating set, and then I think we can just redo the print. So let's go back here, and I will hit print. Now it's gonna wait until it warms that bed back up to 70. There we go. Put away the clicky probe. It's nice that it's intelligent that way. Those macros are really well done. I've had the most luck with getting various PLAs to stick at 70. I don't print PLA often enough, so I don't, per filament, if I set it to 60, then most times I'll run across something that doesn't stick, and when I set it to 70, it sticks. So. Now, that's a temperature, but what's the actual temperature hitting at the top of the bed? I'm just saying that my real results. Well, that's interesting. Did it do the? Oh, it got a 0.00000 Z tilt on that. Here, check it out. You got a 0.000 value on that one, and now it's going through all the bed mesh probes. Oops. Oh, what's the error now? Now what's it doing? Oh, it's heating up. So it's heating up. It didn't actually move anywhere. It's just heating up from here. Let's see. Is it letting out plastic? Oh, yep, there it starts. I think I probably need to baby step it down. Where are those settings? Oh, I don't see them on here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's a little high. Lots of loops are helpful for this. Putting down plastic. I'm moving it quite a bit down. Wow. I've hit the 0.01 button about 15 times. I think it's getting better. I'm doing it slowly to see the effect. We're at minus 0.2 now. Okay, well, that's the most I can do with that. Hopefully it sticks. I do need to do the enclosure, but I've got to modify the rear one, so that'll probably have to be a follow-up. What speed and acceleration? Infills are 100, perimeters are 100, but external perimeters are 60, and top layers is 60. And accelerations are 4,000 to 8,000. Can you make the camera focus on another spot every time the print head? Oh yeah, I have this little camera, maybe I can try moving it. This is just a little webcam. I don't have a lot of control over it. Minus 0.325. I ended up at minus 0.220 so far. I can control autofocus on it in OBS. Let me see. White balance is focus. Okay. Oh, it broke off the bed. We'll have to redo that. That's okay. Let's pause. Cancel. Yes. Whoa. Okay. It was just too high. It was not close enough to the bed. So, where is, all that went away. Let me check, look at the settings here. Where are the settings for what it shows? Oh, there it is. Isn't there a button to save the revised number? Is that this? What is that? Apply and save Z offset. Yes. We're gonna apply and save where we were. First layer was Yuri mode. We lost the sticky. Oh, and it doesn't want to save that still, even though let's go back to the config. Printer config, down here at the bottom. So this should this number go down or up? I want it to go down by 0.230. Stepper Z config, is that still over there? I thought I commented it out. Where is stepper? There it is. Position end stop, you're right. There we go. Now, yeah, save and restart. Yeah. So let's restart that. Let's give a little bit of that. And now I was at that's where I want to be. So I'm going to save that. See if it saves. There we go. Okay. So that should give me a new starting point at least, and I can adjust it in the next attempt. The other thing you wanted to see, which I don't know actually shows anymore, where is the bed height map in here? Where do they hide the bed height? Isn't there a bed height map? Tune? No mesh loaded. Okay, I'll show you the mesh in the next one. Let's do it again. It's gonna have to reheat. That was totally not close enough to the bed issue. We are at 6 hours. Let's go ahead and hit the print and let it start when it's ready to start. Now that I've done this, it doesn't autofocus anymore. I don't know where it's focusing at. Let's see if I can change the focus. Right there, is that a decent focus? Oh shoot. Yeah, we're getting close. Well, I hope we're almost done. My lav mic, it's a Rode. It's the Wireless Go 2. It is flashing on me right now. I forgot about that. If it dies, I'll plug in a different microphone. Oh, if the slicer was setting the Z offset to 0, I might be diving into the bed, huh? Shit. I don't want to risk that. I don't want to risk that. I just hit pause. It should pause as soon as it hits a point. Okay, so print is canceled. Let's go back to here and 70. And then we should just go to the middle of the bed. And I can set Z offset here. I'll just do Z and stop calibrate. Get my piece of paper in here. I don't know what's better or whatever, but let's see where we end up. Okay. I think that's probably right. I'm gonna go with that. Maybe one more. Is it not letting me go anymore? Why is that not moving anymore? I'm gonna go right there. Accept. And save config. This time it's save config. Now what value did we get to? Gotta go. Hey, see you, Danny. 160. And 70, what value did we end up with in printer config? Position -3, 1.382. That seems like the same one we ended up with before, which means it wasn't actually saving. Okay, let's give it a go. No, it did. It was making adjustments. Print. Oops. There we go. Is there a version of that tool head with LGX light? I don't know. What did we end up with on the 0.0025? Gotta go and attend beer and barbecue event with some folks. Have fun, Bill. Thanks for being here. Focus is Vorons, RC cars, and CNC play. Well, that's fun. Shoes untied. Do we still have microphone? Yes. Okay. I need to check that every little bit. Why isn't it docking the probe? Did it dock it after it hit temperature before? I sure hope so. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Now it's gonna print. Let me watch this thing. It is way high, I think. Well, and it's not extruding. Are you gonna actually extrude? It's not extruding. There it goes. I think it just oozed out a bunch. It's looking better though. It's looking a lot better. It's not perfect, but maybe enough to stay. Let's see. See if that helps. Oh yeah, it's enough to stay. If it's gonna stick, it's gonna be fine. That's actually pretty good on the first layer. It's not bumpy. It's pretty smooth, but there's no gaps. I don't know if this light is helping. I think it was just getting past what had oozed out before from temperature. Does I guess another question is, does the end macro retract the filament and doesn't extrude on the start? There must be a Z offset thing anywhere in the macros then. Well, this was better than the last one, so it might have just been the adjustment I needed to continue to do. Are the Fabreeko guys big down here or Australians? Oh, I don't know. They're not Australians, they're Floridians, I think. I almost always do a purge line before printing Crepstar. For the most part, I've been trying to cover, today was following Makerbase's instructions and following the solid fork stuff. So normally I will do a purge line before I print. Default print end retracts 10 millimeters. That's why it took so long to extrude. There's a booger in there. Yeah, it dropped it. It dropped it. It's fine. Very cool. Let's look at this bed mesh. You guys wanted to see the bed mesh. Let's go to the tune menu. There's the mesh. Where's 0, 0? There's 0, 0. Looks pretty good to me. Maybe the bugger was affected by the Z offset. Maybe. It's working. Printing. Has me considering a Mike 6 upgrade for my bed on the X5SA. Is that a Trunksy? Is that what that is? Still got a little bit of battery left. Slide color scale slider to the left. Here, slide it to where? You want to just slide it until things start disappearing? Like that? Does that give us a true range? Oh, color scale. Color scale. Like that? A 0.06-ish. Looks like a bit of a twist. I think we are good. We are good. We are printing. How long did it say this was going to take? 1 hour and 23 minutes. I bet you it's quicker than that. Here, you guys wanted to see what the settings were. Let's go to the print settings, and speed settings are here. Let's turn that off. So 100 and then 60s for the slower stuff, and then 100s on infill and 60 on top solid. And then default acceleration is 6,000, and then other things ranging around there. Now, what does the configuration, what does the config file have for max acceleration? Where is that? Is that in the printer config, or do you know where that is? Hey, 94. Are you still around, Yuri? Do you know where the acceleration values are? Max accel is 5,000? Okay. Where is that stored? here. There we are. Printer config in the config folder. So it's running at up to 5,000 accels right now. I feel like it's cooking pretty good. I want to throw a input shaper tune on it and see what it says. Yeah, we'll up it, but this is good for first print. Slicer overwrites it up to the maximum though, right? So the firmware sets a maximum, and then the slicer can set it anything below that for whatever feature. I could be wrong, but that is what makes sense to me. Is that a layer shift? No, that should just be the model. Let's see. No? I think that's just the model. Let's find out. And to be honest, I didn't check any of the currents for the steppers or anything, but that's the feet. That's the feet there that you're seeing. On yours, it goes above? Well, let's find out. Let's see, doesn't the interface show what the current speed is? Where is that? Here we go. So we should be able to watch that right here, and it should give us current. Does it give us current, or is that not current? No, that's just max. Oh, yeah, it's giving us whatever it's running at currently. Now that says 8,000, but this turned away from blue. This isn't blue anymore. Is it actually running at 8,000? Now it's blue when it's at 4,000. So I don't know yet if that's actually going over the 5,000 that's in the firmware. I feel like it probably caps it. Let's see if we can get a little more information on that. Is it just Max Excel? I want configuration reference here. Maximum acceleration of the tool head relative to the print. This parameter must be specified. It doesn't say here whether it's maximum acceleration of the tool head relative to the print. It's not clear to me. This is showing the live feeds. This is changing as it hits the different features. This spot right here. Although the velocity isn't changing. I don't know why. Is there somewhere else where it shows? There's speed, 100%. Speed flow. This is updating. Speed is updating up here for the various features. But acceleration doesn't update up here. Whatever, it's looking good. Nice, Sanity. You got it homing. I don't know what's a more interesting thing to look at, but let me see the print going. Let me get some water. I'll be right back. Enjoy Dancing RCF. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go until this finishes, but what's a Yuri mode? Now I'm in Yuri mode. Enhance Z, exactly. Not Yuri mode. Yuri mode. Definitely needs some tuning, but it's pushing plastic. Yes, Gary is tall. And we met at Murph. So I don't know, I don't remember who was taller, Wapping or Yuri, but I need to go through that tuning guide. I haven't taken the time to do it. Yeah, so if Yuri is 6'4" and I'm 5'10", the first step on this ladder makes me a little taller than Yuri, but not by a whole lot. I'm 5'10", so I think that's without shoes. That's barefoot. But yeah, this is looking good. So we didn't 100% finish the printer here. We have some panels to do. Now I have a bottom panel. It's gonna go on it. Must have the bottom panel. I have acrylic panels to go on it. But the problem right now is I need to drill a hole and drill out some holes for the back panel. So that's okay to not have hit that. So it is working. Makerbase SKIPR works. The Wi-Fi dongle is questionable, either it or my environment or a combination of both. But the board's working and configured. We spent a lot of time playing with remember the word of the day, includes files and the configs. But I thought that was I thought it was fun. I thought it was a learning experience. So. Would you all ever do tempered glass for panels? No. I'm not too worried about the scratches that occur as you're using the printers. Tempered glass, if you drop that on a corner and it shatters and it's heavy, eh. Oh, I think Charlie wants in. Yep. Yeah. How big is the build plate on this? 120 by 120. This is the less common option. There is a 160 spec build. Definitely going to rearrange some of the config structure based on what we learned today. One thing I noticed, there was aside from some of the couple of weird location stuff, the thing that tripped me up a few times was having two printer configs. Having two printer configs was confusing. And I don't think, like, here is a printer config, and then the main printer config. Charlie, Thunderbolt cable. Other than that, I mean, this works. The image that came on the controller worked. What problem did we have? So it needed the install for the host name for the Bonjour and whatever the other thing was called, compatibility. And the Wi-Fi was a major issue, but I don't know exactly where that was, where the source of that was. But everything plugged into the board was fine. Do I like Fluid or Mainsail? I like both. I use Mainsail more often just because it tends to be easier to default to. It's in the Pi loader, for instance. And Fluid had a little hiccup there. So it looks like they're back on track and things are being developed, and some features I'm learning about today are really cool. So that's good. Uh-oh. Tail better not get caught in the belt. Where are we at? We've got to be really close to dead. Fluid is 3 main versions further now since the pause. Yeah, and that's good. That's really good. I never switched off of it. I left all my printers on Fluid that were on Fluid. I think it's good to have both. Let's do that. So, like I said, panels are remaining. Display, I'll get the display configured, and I'll probably do some updates via channel posts and Twitter. So, if you aren't following me on Twitter, it's just Steve_builds. So mostly what I post is just heads up that I'm going live, but occasionally I'll post something that I'm doing that I think is cool. I need to do that more. But so I think with that, and a print that's about 30% done, but microphones that are about 99.9% done, I think we're gonna call it at this 6.5 hour mark. Would laser be safer to make holes in the back plate than a drill? No, and especially not with this. This is ACM, aluminum composite material. What that means is, if you look at the edge here, it's aluminum sheets, very thin aluminum sheets laminated with a plastic core. The laser won't go through that. My laser won't go through that. So, it's 1:37 a.m. there. Yeah, this was a long stream. Next week, we will be working on the Voron kit. And I plan on 1 or 2 streams to finish that up, probably 2 streams to finish that up. So I'm going back to the Voron kit, and then it's ERF. And then when I get back from ERF, then we'll figure out what's going on next. So what happened to VK19? Nothing happened. I had some vision that that was a one-stream build. It wasn't. I had some suggestions that it might be a one-stream build. It wasn't. So, and I didn't want to put a big gap in this build. So the idea with the Voron kit was build as far as we could. We did find that the frame Masumi's quality might be not as great as it used to be. Sample of 1 or 2, but I took the whole thing apart and re-squared up the frame. So it's back to where we left off, but I haven't made any progress beyond that. So, so then we'll get the Voron kit done, and then beyond that, I've got a couple options to move into. If not, some single stream mod stuff that I'd like to get back to. So, what happened was advancement of time, yes. So thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here this long. Yuri, I'm going to print a bunch on this, so good job. I like it. It is, this is going to be my kind of show printer. I'm gonna take it to work, I think, because it's small. It fits in a small area, can fit on my desk, but it also shows off the Trident design, right? The basic layout, so I can explain to people at work a conversation piece on it. So that's where this is going to end up. So thanks again, everyone. We'll see you next week. Bye. Oh, there we are.